Just like not throw.
Not throw it.
It
But
really
that was
didn't like
fun.
that.
That was
Didn't
fun.
like it.
I know. I won't do that anymore.
Counselor Davis. Yes. Counselor. Here. Counselor Russo. We have a quorum.
Everybody stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, is there any agenda changes or conflicts?
Yes.
Can I have the microphone?
Oh, yes.
Alicia, do I have to have the microphone? At this time, Mr. Mayor, I would make a motion to continue items 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 indefinitely.
Is there a second?
I'm gonna second it so we can have discussion.
Okay. Let's have a discussion.
Mr. Mayor,
Sorry.
I'll just say, if I make a motion. Oh, I'm sorry.
And this is, okay, go ahead.
Not as to the factors, just procedural. Items 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 have been rushed. I think it's clear that we haven't had enough time to discuss these issues, where the money is going, what's it for, and I just think we need some more time. I have nothing else. Thank you.
And
I'll add that I'm not comfortable with an indefinite deadline. I like maybe something more pointed. But I also, I'll make that I obviously second in the motion, but I think it is appropriate to maybe discuss it during that time, where it's on the agenda. Tony, are you?
Like where we actually make a game plan for it in the event that we have enough votes.
Are you comfortable with that?
You're asking me to withdraw my motion?
No, I'm asking you to make the motion, but maybe revise it a little bit.
Yes,
Is there a
Mr.
deadline?
If I may, from a procedural standpoint, the motion on the table is to continue, and just for the audience's benefit, since I may not be looking at it, it would be the resolution 2120 regarding an admissions tax, 2121 regarding an increase in the accommodations tax, 2122 regarding the mill levy for the Air Force, the enabling ordinance for those three, and also consideration of 2123 regarding an amendment to the charter. So I just wanted to clarify for both council and the audience and me as staff that that's the motion on the table, is to continue all of those indefinitely, and that was what the second was.
Yes,
Unless we revise it.
and I'd revise that to a date if you have a post date. Do so.
ultimately, I think that the goal, and I'm feeling, I don't want to say hesitant that we did this, but ultimately hesitant that we did this, because I think that the dialogue was probably part of the action items on our agenda to have a discussion about this. So it was slightly premature, but I'm going with it. And so with that in mind, I would say, maybe a month or two out from now.
30 days, I'll amend. Thank you.
And that would
I'll just say very quickly, the majority of council asked at our last meeting to put these items on, so that if the majority of council wants to now take them off, then that's fine. But just a real quick show of hands, how many people are here for items 9 through 13 in some way, shape, or form? Okay, so I think it would be beneficial. I think it'd be beneficial for us to hear from the community, regardless of whether we take action on it this evening or not. I would love, part of the reason is that you're saying, Tony, is it's rushed, we haven't had enough input. I think it's a perfect opportunity to get that input tonight when we have a representation of the community. So I will not be voting for that motion. I'd love to hear what the community has to say for it, and since they're already assembled, it's just a great opportunity to go. I'll be first.
And I also, I support the concept of not having these put on the ballot. I think we need to have a discussion. People are here tonight, so I'm not going to support this motion at this time. I also think we need to talk about the item number 13, the ballot. I think that's a different issue. I think that's what we should talk about tonight. So I won't support it for that reason as well. And I do intend to, when we get to items 9, 10, 11, and 12, to at least 9 and 10. I never remember which one is which. At least 9 and 10. Ask that those be postponed until sometime after the first of the year, and a committee be appointed that I have proposed. So.
Well, we can talk about that as we have same show.
All right, is there any other comments on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, Ryan, could you take?
Yes, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Wellman.
No.
Councilor Calhoun.
No.
Mayor Grodis.
No.
Councilor Hershey.
Yes.
Councilor Wooten. Councilor Davis.
No.
Councilor Stepp.
No.
No, have it 4-2, or 5-2.
Is there any conflict of interest?
No, thank you.
Okay, is there any citizens appearing before council who would like to speak tonight on items not appearing on the agenda? So if it's on the agenda, we'd like for you to save those comments for that time. Anybody in the overflow room? Is there anybody in the overflow room? No, there's no one there? Okay. Okay, council comments.
First of all, I want to just remind everybody, the mayor did it earlier, but we have a Colorado Municipal League annual conference is coming up on the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th of September. I'll be there as a member of the board of directors, but I encourage you to go. From what I've seen of the agenda, it looks like a good agenda. That's one thing. The second thing, and this is what I need to make sure the council still, we had discussed several meetings ago, submitting to the CML Policy Committee a proposed statute or valid question as the legal, whatever the legal requirement would be to talk about allowing a transfer tax. Municipalities option of a transfer tax. I think that might take an amendment. I'm not quite sure. And then the other was to look at the issue of people who have rental units, changing them from a residential to a commercial zoning district. Is that something the council still wants me to propose as a legislative issue to be discussed by CML?
I'd be support that.
Yeah, to discuss. Yeah. So with that, I'll work with Carl on the wording of that, and we'll get that submitted. Let's do it in the next couple of weeks. So, okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Can I have a motion? Charles?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, now the fun stuff starts. Item number 9, resolution 2120, resolution of the City of Grove Springs, calling an election on November 2nd, 2021, and certifying a ballot issue to authorize an excise tax on admissions, setting the ballot title and contents of the ballot issue, and providing other matters relating to the election.
Mr. Mayor, I actually am gonna ask that you take, resolutions 2120 and 2121 together, because I think they're really sort of related to each other, and they contain similar language, and I think, as I've heard from all of you all during the week, they are intertwined in your minds, and I think they are in the community as well. I would just say at the opening, we really don't have much of a staff presentation. I can talk about specific wording and kind of the Tabor issues, if we get to that point, but I think we're a long way from that. And certainly Steve Boyd can talk to you about the numbers that we're using in there, keeping in mind that, with regard to admissions, it is, a scientific wild guess. Because much like tobacco, we just don't have any frame of reference, right? So we're
I didn't understand what you just said. With regards to admissions.
admissions, our projections on revenue have to be, I mean, they're more than a guess, but they are not going to be super precise, because much like when we did the tobacco tax, you just really don't have the data that would tell us exactly how that would turn out. So because of the limitations of Tabor, the numbers you see in there, we are predicting fairly high. I don't believe that's probably what we would collect, but my biggest fear in life is when you miss the Tabor projection, and you have to come up with a refund program and all of those things that happen as a result of that. With regard to accommodations, obviously, we know those much more specifically. If you are inclined, my suggestion procedurally after you take public comments would be to take it in two steps. The first is to decide whether you're going to put it on the ballot or not. If you do, then I think we should have a discussion regarding rates on each one of these, because I think that's far more efficient, because I don't want to have a lengthy discussion on the rate and, how it's, all of those things if it's just not going to go on the ballot this year, because I know that's a close question with you and top of mind.
Ask a question. From a procedural standpoint, I thought we were going to have motions made and then
Use that as a basis for our discussion, including community comment. It might.
It's up to you. Traditionally, we always take public comment ahead of any motion being made by council. So it's really up to you as council. I don't have a strong feeling one way or the other. There again, I think the motion on the table then would be whether you're going to put them on the ballot or not, because I think that's really the first question you have to answer as to vote.
That's a quick question.
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you, sir. Counselor. Would it be appropriate then, or does the mayor and you feel it's appropriate to take public comment now?
That's typically how we do it, is public comment ahead of a motion by council, because presumably that may inform the motion.
Would it make sense to walk through some of the details that are being proposed, or do we want to have a? Because we do have code language proposed. I don't know if everyone in the audience has read what.
Yeah, I may be misreading the room, but I think most of the conversation is going to be around whether or not this should even be on the ballot.
Right.
And I'm suggesting the code language is actually in the enabling ordinance, which we will be getting to. I didn't ask to have that as taken as part of this question of these two combined. So it's really about, is it on the ballot, and what does the ballot language look like? I know that there's been some discussion about enabling language. Steve Davis has mentioned some things to me that you might want to have included, and I think that's appropriate to have that discussion if we need to. If we don't need the enabling ordinance, then there's no reason to have the discussion.
Makes sense.
Okay, so unless I hear strong consensus, I'd like to take public comment at this point.
I agree.
The top one is for accommodation tax, the second one, or admission, second one is accommodation tax.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, you think you could do just both at the same time?
Yeah, there's only 5 people for accommodation, and then there's like 15 for admission, so, yeah, I think I'll just take one after the other, if that's okay with council?
Yes.
Okay.
Nancy Harrod.
You signed up number 1, it wasn't me. Okay. Could you hold on one second, Nancy? Alyssa, do we need to do something with?
I would love to just rejoin on the phone, because what it sounds like is the microphones are not always picking it up, and sometimes it's going through there,
Okay.
and it doesn't sound great.
You need a few minutes?
Yeah,
We could take a break.
hang it up and start over.
He's not.
No, I got a hand raised.
No.
Are we good? Okay,
Nancy's not either. She was from the salt.
okay. Nancy, go ahead, name, address.
Social security number.
Well, unless you can also give me your driver's license.
Hi, I'm Nancy Hurd. My address is 60 Ptarmigan, Glenwood Springs. Is that enough? Great. Thank you for the time tonight. Thank you, counselors, for this. I've been on the Tourism Promotion Board for 6 years. I'm currently vice chair. I spent the better part of my term there as also treasurer. So that's my experience here with town and marketing, as well as I'm a citizen. So marketing Glenwood Springs is more important than ever now, given the recent events in the last 2 years, pandemics, fires, and as we know, recently mudslides. The Tourism Promotion Board is funded by the accommodation tax, the existing tax, 2.5%. In summary, just short and sweet, is we believe wholeheartedly that we should put some tax in place, whether it's an accommodation tax or an admission tax. However, we don't feel that we want those funds to primarily go for workforce housing. However, we feel that it's a complex issue that needs to be thoughtfully planned out to include how exactly the funds will be acquired, how specifically they will be spent, and who or what entity will appropriate the funds. The current ballot item has no specific plan to address these items. Without a specific plan of how the monies will be appropriated, we fear that the funds will become a slush fund. It will fall into the general fund and then be appropriated according to the most current needs of the time and the current council decides. So it's difficult for us to support either of these ballot items without knowing the plan specifics. And we would love to be a part of a tax force that would be compiled of a government, citizens, business leaders to appropriately vet out all the specifics. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Frank Martin.
Frank Martin, I reside at 805 Crestwood Drive here in Glenwood Springs. Point of record, I'm married to Councilor Paula Stepp, and my comments here tonight are strictly my own. I support adding a tax ballot on lodging and attractions. However, I recommend that the additional tax be as low and earmarked only for development and support of employee housing. I'm skeptical that the additional marketing funding will make a dent in our housing crisis. I don't believe increased marketing funding will trickle down effectively to address the issue of local employee housing, and a low, specifically targeted tax seems more reasonable, especially in these circumstances which feel rushed to get on the ballot. As a citizen and consumer, I accept paying taxes, but I want them to be intentional and effective and for the good of the community. Creating and sustaining employee housing will be a welcome benefit. Thank you all, the council and the city staff for serving.
Right. Christian Henny.
Good evening, Mayor Godis and council. Thank you for letting me speak. Christian Henny, 526 Pine Street. I really just had a couple of highlighted talking points to run through. I think we all agree and know that there is a need for workforce housing, but this does feel rushed. This doesn't feel like we have a plan of how the money is going to be spent with specificity. We know we're late to the game on addressing housing, but I've also heard that we did have workforce housing, deed restricted housing, and at the last recession, this council took away those deed restrictions and gave those back to the developers. So that leaves me a little concerned that, new taxes, new funds could be designated for housing, and then we could flip-flop again. I think when there's been discussion of comparing Glenwood Springs lodging tax to other cities, specifically Denver, about half of Denver's lodging tax goes for subsidizing the convention center. So, that's not an apples to apples comparison. We also have RAFTA tax here, which a lot of other cities don't have. So when you're looking at our total lodging tax, that needs to be included in the consideration. Again, I feel it's rushed. I've heard other suggestions about getting a group of the community leaders, citizens, council together to really put our arms around this and come up with a plan and a solution. I would support that, and I would ask you to consider that, going that direction. Thank you.
Thanks, Christian.
Thanks.
Mr. Rippey. Greg Rippey. In case there's other Rippies out there.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think there's any more Rippies in the valley. I could be wrong.
Priced out.
So to clarify, are we only talking about the admissions tax at this point? Or-
Yes.
Admissions
Yeah,
it can be either one.
Okay, so do I get 6 minutes since I signed up to, they're two separate agenda items.
I think we decided to take these as one agenda item.
Okay, well, I've used 30 seconds already.
I'll extend you.
Greg Rippey, 213 Creekside Court, Glenwood Springs. I'm a member of the Hot Springs Lodge Board. I'm not here speaking as a board member today because unfortunately, even though we have our meeting the first Friday after the 15th of the month, we hadn't seen this. So there can't be a board position at this point. That speaks to the alacrity in which this issue has been brought forward. It just doesn't give boards, groups a chance. When you're talking about the accommodations tax, you've got in your packet there about committees that could be formed. Well, yeah, that would be the first thing you do, to really, truly identify the needs, identify the solutions, identify where the revenues are going to go and how they're going to be spent. I do have a question on the resolution, and maybe this is a term of art, when in section 3 it says, proceed with the necessary action to continue the mill levy rate in accordance with the ballot issue. It's my understanding that these are sales taxes and excise taxes, but yet in your resolution it calls it a mill levy.
No draft rate.
Yes.
Oh, okay, well, good, but we wouldn't want to put something or do enabling ordinance on something that is incorrect. So the crux of what I'd like to say as a citizen here is we can do better than this. It's not that the issue is not important, it's that the issue has to go through a process. And that process should engage the major stakeholders in both these issues, and that hasn't occurred at this point. Thank you for your time, and I'll be talking to you later on a different issue.
We will. All right, next, thank you, Greg. Andrew Bartnick.
I will comment at this time. Thank you.
Okay. We have about 10 more, Andrew, so if you do decide you want to come up, you'll have some time. I'll come back to you. Just raise your hand and catch my attention. Before I get to the other sign-up sheet, I'm going to bring us back to the Zoom. I saw a couple hands up. I'll try to rotate these. Hold on one sec. Participants, attendees. Andy Mueller, can you hear us? Are we allowed him to, oh, there we go.
Yep. Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Andy Mueller. I live at 1004 Bennett Avenue. I'm speaking here on behalf of myself, but I'm also the general manager of the Colorado River District, and would say that we just went through a recent round of hiring due to some retirements and found it several well-qualified candidates back out of our hiring process due to the fact that they looked at the price of housing, both rental and ownership housing in Glenwood Springs. And as such, our district was unable to hire them and attract them to Glenwood. I am here to speak in favor of the questions before you today. I think you should put them on the ballot and let the voters decide. I think it's astounding that affordable housing has both in 2016 and again in the recent poll that you conducted this summer been the number one issue of agreement among constituents within Glenwood Springs. I actually was one of the respondents on that poll, and I honestly don't even remember the housing question because I remember a bunch of questions about roads and trails and other amenities that you were asking questions about. And so I think that to the extent that question regarding housing hit the top, there's a huge interest and a huge need. I can tell you from my own perspective, we really need to make sure that we can continue to have functioning businesses in town with employees who live here. I would tell you also that, as I think you've all heard me speak before, climate change is drastically hitting the Colorado River as well as our forests and watersheds by forcing our employees to live outside of town, down valley, sometimes as many as 40 miles away. All this town is doing is increasing the climate change impacts of carbon that are going to choke off our own tourism industry and are, in fact, this year and last exactly that. So I would very much encourage you to put the question on the ballot. And while I acknowledge there are lots of issues to be resolved, I think other speakers have spoken to that rather eloquently. I think that I have faith in our community and as you as a council and the community to come up with the right solution once the funding's there. And I would just say I would volunteer my time and effort to serve on any committee that you form to once you have the funding to actually make sure that it's done right. And I think that lots of the citizens who've spoken to you on both sides of the issue here tonight would do the same. It's a very important issue for our community, and I would really encourage you to support this by putting it on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you. Gary Vick.
Is he here online?
I'm sorry, he's online.
I just curious because I looked at him.
He's virtual. Go ahead, Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I reviewed the survey that was done and presented in the packages, and I guess I would quarrel a little bit with some of the statements that have been made. And I refer to page 43 of your packet, in which 1/3 of the people in Glenwood Springs think subsidized housing is a priority. By definition, that means about 2 out of 3 people think that something else has a higher priority. What I'm particularly concerned about is that you really have no plan on how to allocate these funds. You haven't thought it through. You're going to cram a vote down the voter's throat for a yes or a no. And if it passes, you're going to take the money and figure out what to do with it later. You haven't done the math. You can't tell me how much the tax would reduce the rent of a typical applicant for housing, what criteria he would have to meet. If you're not careful, you're just going to be providing housing for people in the valley in general. And I also read with great interest, a young woman by the name of Dana Wood wrote a beautiful heartfelt letter to council. I'm sure you're familiar with it. And hers is not the first generation to find housing to be expensive. It was expensive for my parents and for me when I was younger. Anyone can live here if they can afford it, but it is not council's job at the end of the day to ensure that everyone who desires to live here can live here. Think about it. Where else would somebody want to live? Now, I'm a little biased because I like Glenwood Springs, but can we really make it so that anyone who wants to live here can live here? That's just not the way capitalism works. I'm sorry. Some can afford it, some can't. Personally, I would love to live in London or Paris, and I can't afford that. And I believe if I wrote the mayor of London the same letter that Dana Wood wrote to you, he would tell me what I'm telling you, which is we're not here to provide for your subsidized housing, Mr. Vick. I oppose this just on the general grounds of subsidized housing, but also on the fact that you really have no plan to spend the money. and I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. All right, we'll go back to sign of sheets. Eric Brotherson.
Eric Brotherson, 38 Red Cloud Court, Newcastle. It's probably ironic, but hopefully that makes my point hit home a little bit more. Good evening, councilors. As I said, my name is Eric Brotherson. I'm the chair of the board for the Glenwood Springs Chamber Resort Association. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you guys tonight about the proposed increase on accommodations and also the attractions tax. First and foremost, I want to assure you guys that the chamber agrees there's a huge opportunity for some workforce housing. We've seen firsthand and heard from our members, the employees are in a huge struggle to find major affordable housing. While in attendance at the City Council work session on August 24th, I did hear a theme that kind of stuck with me as far as the councilors were discussing things. And this theme is that the guests coming to visit beautiful Glenwood Springs need to cover more of their impacts on their visits. Now, I moved from Summit County to Glenwood Springs in 2005. I moved from Summit County because there was a major disconnect with that community. Tourism was not welcomed, and I didn't like that feeling, and I found Glenwood to be the polar opposite of that. We're nice to folks, and I just want to show and reiterate that tourism is a huge driving factor to our economy. They're paying a good portion of the city revenue and sales tax, and it's up to us to decide what we do with that revenue. I understand you're bringing these two tax initiatives forward to address workforce housing and other items. As I mentioned, it's a huge opportunity, and I would love to see encompassed in the overall city plan and vision for what we're trying to accomplish. The Chamber is and will continue to identify solutions to these obstacles while listening and learning from our stakeholders, City Council, and the community at large. Ultimately, it's up to you guys if you want to lean on the Chamber or others for assistance in these matters or others. If you choose not to involve the Chamber, at a bare minimum, I would love to see some involvement in other stakeholders in the community to make sure that that process is completely vetted out. And also, in reading through the ballot language and hearing the work session, I have some concerns with the freedom of the language and the intent for the tax initiatives. And I don't know if they're going to be watered down, used for other uses, or revenue moved to other departments. And that really doesn't overall accomplish what the overall vision is of what we're trying to do. So I thank you for the chance to share my perspective, and for those reasons, I respectfully feel the best path forward would be to involve the community members, the businesses, and a lot more to determine the best course of action moving forward. And I appreciate your time today, and I want to assure you the Chamber's here to help out in however we can solve this big issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. All right, Angie Anderson.
Good evening, Council. Angie Anderson, 619 Ginseng Road, also in Newcastle, and also here on behalf of the Glenwood Springs Chamber. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight about the accommodations tax and attractions tax. Everyone in this room can stand in solidarity in the fact that we all love Glenwood Springs and strive to make it an ideal mountain community. You can look around town and see the great things that can happen when passionate citizens, businesses, and other stakeholders come together with a common goal. Our trail system, the community center, this building we stand in here tonight are just a few examples. The topics being discussed tonight are important. Therefore, they deserve data analysis, they deserve planning, and they deserve an inclusive climate where the community can participate in a fully transparent process, one well thought out, far ahead of any ballot measure. As passionate as we are all about these issues, we do them a disservice by hastily rushing tax proposals without a thorough evaluation process that includes community stakeholders. There are many specific questions that need to be fully vetted. How can voters have confidence that due diligence has been done in such a short period of time? Forgoing prudent planning for the sake of expediency will not result in the very best possible long-term solution. Rather than placing these measures on the fall ballot, we strongly encourage convening a citizen-driven group of cross-section stakeholders to determine exactly what we as a community need to solve, and then we can come up with a solid and timely plan of action. There's an African proverb that states, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Let's work together as a community and take the time to do this right. The Glenwood Springs Chamber, as Eric mentioned, wants to be a part of the solution and would gladly be a partner in this process. Thank you.
Thanks, Angie. Devin Spalding.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm Devin Spalding, address 10441 County Road 311, Silt, Colorado. I am representing Mountain Family Health Centers. One of our clinics is here in Glenwood Springs, 1905 Lake Avenue. I'm here representing our staff of Mountain Family and our patients. We currently serve 22,000 unique patients, 7,200 in unique patients here in Glenwood Springs alone. I'm not saying a lot more than anybody else has said here today that the housing crisis is an issue. We have employees that live as far as Glenwood Springs, or excuse me, Grand Junction and Meeker, Colorado to get here to serve our patients. Some of you may be in this room, your brothers, sisters, grandparents. We're just trying to enforce that this is an important issue, and we would hope that you take the time to look at all of the data, make sure that we have proper funds being allocated as for all taxpayers as well. One of the points is we do serve in Garfield County, Rifle, Glenwood Springs, Edwards, Avon, and our 6 school-based health centers. One of our ideas is to bring all the other city governments, Rifle, Glenwood Springs, some of Edwards, to come together and help into this initiative, maybe get some ideas from them and then the county. Please just know that we love serving in our communities, especially in Glenwood Springs, and we would all love to live in Glenwood Springs, the same place that we work. So we're just here to let you know that we do believe in this, and we hope that the best outcome is that the allocations are fair and equal to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Steve Beckley. Beckley. He runs a business in town.
Which one? Steve Beckley, 802 North Traver Trail, Glenwood Springs, Colorado. Thank you for letting me speak today. As you probably know, I am a big supporter of employee housing. Glenwood Caverns just finished a multi-million-dollar employee housing project. We filled it the first month. It's really been successful, so I really believe in it. And as a former member of the Housing Commission, I really understand the issues here. We've kicked these things around for years, and this has always been an issue, and it always will be an issue. I really think that we need to, as a community, take a step back, come up with a good plan, and go forward. I just think this is a little rushed, and I think that as city councilors, you should look at it and say, what's the best path? I mean, even in the language, I'm a little confused as emissions. Do I charge a tax on the cave tour that happens in Garfield County, or is it just on the emission for the tram? I don't know, and how is that defined? There's just a lot of confusion in the way this is written, and I think we really have to sit down as a community and talk about how we do this. I'm 100% supportive of it and really want to do something for the housing in this community and keep our workforce housing here, but I think we just need to not rush it and come up with I'll volunteer again to be part of the committee to make sure it's done right, but we really need to make sure it's done well. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Steve. Ken Murphy.
Ken Murphy, 252 West Bank Road, Glenwood Springs. Thanks, Council, for letting me speak tonight. This is a very passionate thing for me right now because I sat on the Financial Advisory Board for over 10 years. And for those 10 years on the Financial Advisory Board, we were always trying to figure out how could we come up with more money to give to the wonderful community projects that were happening in our town. And there has been plenty of city council meetings that I've sat in on behind closed doors, and we have talked about this possibility of an attractions tax or admissions tax or tourism tax. And it's always been quietly talked about. And now it's wonderful to be seeing it to be talked about out there in the open. So again, I'm a supporter of it over the last 10 to 12 years. But again, I think we're just rushing into it because we haven't figured out who we're going to even charge the tax on. Everyone throws out the pool and the obvious ones, the pool, the caverns, rafting, yet not even figuring out that 65% of all rafting trips happen outside of our valley. There's a vaudeville camp, there's a massage camp. These are all topics that we never even got to a point to talk about. So I'm excited to see it again, front page of the newspaper, it's out in the public. Now let's put some thought into behind how we do it. Let's get it done right. And rushing it like it is now is not the right way to do it. And I think there's plenty of volunteers on the Financial Advisory Board over the years are going to be excited and want to have a word in on this, because a lot of great community projects got left out because we didn't have funds. Housing was only one of them. Mountain Family gets donated from Financial Advisory Board. Other organizations do. So let's figure out where we're going to spend this money, how we're going to spend this money, and prioritize it from there. Okay? Again, just rushing it. That's all I say. Totally supportive of it. Thanks again.
Thank you, Ken.
Thanks, Ken.
Best employer in Glenwood Springs.
Did you say Ken or Kevin?
Ken.
I don't know who anyone is.
All right, Bill Knight.
Good evening, Mayor Godus and Council. I'm Bill Kite. I live at 309 West 8th Court in Carbondale, and I work here in Glenwood Springs. I'm here as a spokesperson for Community on the Move, and I'm here to give a history lesson. There won't be any tests tonight. That will happen in November if these measures on the agenda move forward. Organized in 1980s, Community on the Move is an ad hoc committee of the Glenwood Springs Chamber Resort Association and was co-founded by Molly Downs and Jack Metzger. It was started to help build a better Glenwood Springs. Community on the Move is credited with initiating and are helping pass more than a dozen successful ballot measures and initiatives which are responsible for West Glenwood streetscape, sidewalks, and lighting, the city's raw water delivery system, the city hall we're in, community center buildings, municipal operations center, trails, parks, the fire station and equipment, sustainable funding for emergency and ambulance services, transportation in RAFTA, funding for the arts in Glenwood Springs Historical Society, and the formation of the Downtown Development Authority, or DDA. More recent efforts include South Midland improvements occurring now, and funding earmarked for South Bridge and 6th Street improvements. Why this committee is successful and why we share these examples is not for credit, but rather to demonstrate that great things can happen when we work together. In collaboration with the city's request, when asked. To help on tax issues, we have a proven success record and a proven process. It is led by ordinary citizens. It involves a diverse cross-section of business, major stakeholders, and citizens. We promote an understanding of major tax issues to gain the support needed to pass them. We feel the current political divisiveness and growing mistrust of government. Citizens Committee is necessary and increasingly more valuable for any successful tax measure to move forward and be approved, whether it's critical or seemingly popular or not. We found it takes a big effort of public education for ballot issues to be successful. It takes little effort to not understand them and say no and vote accordingly. Rather than rush these tax measures, and you've heard that a lot tonight, let's take the time to go through a thorough process to get the best possible outcomes. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Kite. Sorry, I mispronounced. Suzanne Mies.
Good evening, council members. It's actually Sue Ann Mies, if that's okay. I live at 404 Hutton Drive in Rifle, but I work in Glenwood Springs. I'm a registered nurse, and I work as a nurse program manager for Mountain Family Health Centers. And Devin has already told you the things that we do for the community. The reason why I live in Rifle is because I can't afford to live in Glenwood. Even on a nurse's salary, working for an FQHC, which is a federally qualified health center, we don't get paid as much as if we went to work for Valley View or the private sector. And because I work there and because I love what I do and the love the service that I provide and help with, it's important to me to stay there and maintain my work. We provide such a good service for this community, and as far as I'm concerned, if you work in Glenwood, you should be able to live in Glenwood if you want to. And I agree with everybody tonight that has spoken on getting together and really thinking this through and having a good plan in place, but also make it a priority. Get the citizens of Glenwood Springs, the citizens of the community, and key leaders together and come up with a really good plan and make this work so that our employees and employees that live outside of Glenwood but work in Glenwood can live here and afford to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lindsay Lewis.
Lindsay Lewis, 44 East on Lake Court, Glenwood Springs, Colorado. I'm a concerned local resident and taxpayer. Please vote no tonight on creating a ballot initiative for new admissions tax and accommodations tax increases. I've been a proponent of Glenwood Springs tourism since I moved here in 2007, and I've appeared before council on numerous occasions to preserve the integrity of the Tourism Promotion Fund, which is currently a 2.5 lodging tax collected by local hoteliers for a very specific purpose, destination marketing. That is what the voters intended when the tax was created 40 years ago. This city council, city attorney, and city staff have dismissed and violated their own municipal code on multiple occasions by dipping into this fund for anything they want. $60,000 on maintenance here, $50,000 for fireworks, laser light shows there, and the list goes on. Is this increase in accommodations tax a repeal and replace? What happens to the current 2.5% allocated for marketing our destination? How can we trust that you're going to say what you're going to do and when you're already misusing funds? If you are fiscally irresponsible and have difficulty prioritizing your pet projects and the maintenance they require, with an ample $100 million budget, you are elected officials, constantly advocate for tax increases, which is unpopular and unwelcome by voters. Sharpen your pencils and figure out how to pay for the things you want with your current budget. That's what real businesses and individuals have to do. We can't just go ask for more money every time we don't have enough. The proposed admissions tax will inevitably tax locals who like to enjoy the same attractions that draw our visitors here. To ask voters to entrust this city council and future city councils into perpetuity with 2 tax measures dedicated to affordable workforce housing is insulting. You have no plan, no community buy-in, and it's not the role of local government to try and tackle an issue like affordable housing for a resort community like Glenwood Springs. We are not unique. All resort destinations have the same challenges, but free market housing offers far more opportunities for young professionals and families looking to relocate here. They can invest in real estate and make money on their investment, even if it requires a short commute. Shelley Kaup likes to talk about the impact of tourism and how she thinks it causes a strain on city staff. Let's talk about impact. Aren't we fortunate to have a local tourism economy? Our visitors generate the vast majority of sales tax revenues that fill the city coffers. Instead of rolling out the red carpet and making it easy to do business here, this city council is anti-business and anti-tourism. Tourism is why our businesses and community thrives and is the reason you have $100 million to work with. Tourism is why our restaurants and retail stores that everyone loves to support can stay in business with a steady flow of visitation. Shelley represents a minuscule segment of the community that does not want any more visitors here and genuinely wants to revert back to what Glenwood was 30 years ago when she moved here. Your mentality to tax the visitors and have them pay their fair share is naive, and I would like to remind you that visitors have a choice, and they can, and they will, go elsewhere.
Heather Montrose Cowan. Yeah, hey, no, Tony, that's out of order. Tony, we're going to ask for decorum. We are going to ask. I will adjourn the meeting, Tony.
That would be fine with me if we stop this.
Tony, we asked for decorum from our people. I would ask for decorum from our entire council.
You never let anybody speak. One vote I regret this.
Heather Montrose, I would love to allow you to speak because you are in order.
Thank you. Yes, I am Heather Montrose Cowan, and I live at 1017 Walls Avenue. So, good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. I am Heather, and I am co-owner of and operator of Defiance Rafting Company and Defiance River Outfitters. For reference, we do have 2 business locations, one in unincorporated Garfield County in Noname, and the second is off Melray Road in West Glenwood. I'm here today to share with you as a small business owner in the outdoor industry and to provide considerations specifically for the admissions tax proposal. Over the past 2 seasons, we have seen the devastating impacts of when disaster hits our community. We have quickly found ourselves feeling like an island with small businesses like mine, struggling to maintain staffing, inventory, and needing to scale back reinvestment in business improvements. The proposed tax is cloaked in vague language, undefined terms, and potential loopholes. The current tax proposals make it harder to compete with other recreational hubs across the state at a time when we're seeing increased operational expenses. I leave you with the following considerations. First, we are a community that relies on visitors to this area. I ask for favorable policies that support family-owned businesses and are friendly to those visitors we rely on. Secondly, the admission tax was initially proposed to generate tax revenue to address affordable and workforce housing. It has now been transformed into a list of unrelated projects that redefine the initiative, not as an admission tax, but as a tourism tax. I ask, what is the percentage of tax revenue that will actually support affordable housing? And what is the strategic plan? The language is unclear and leaves the potential for funds to be disproportionately allocated and creates opportunities for non-transparency and limited accountability. I urge you to bring stakeholders to the table, pursue meaningful conversations and dialogue, and take the appropriate time required to get this right. I am not opposed to community improvements and affordable housing initiatives. However, I cannot support this council's insistence that by giving you additional funding first, you'll be able to figure out the complexities of addressing this community priority later. Thank you so much.
All right, Maria Alvarez.
Good night. Dear Glenwood Springs City Council, my name is Maria Judith Alvarez. I live in Glenwood in 3587 County Road 154 in Tyler 68 in Glenwood Springs. And I am a member of St. Stephen Church, Catholic Church, and a leader with Mountain Voices Project. Mountain Voices Project is a broad-based organization that includes 29 organizations, and it is a parachute to Aspen region. Many are located in Glenwood Springs. We organize so that ordinary members of our community have voice and decisions, not just a select few. This is why we are here tonight. As an organization, Mountain Voice Project strongly support affordable housing. Year after year, the crisis is getting worse. We are strongly encourage the City Council to move this opportunity forward. That said, we would like to encourage you to consider a community conversation. Whether you vote yes tonight or put it off until next year, we believe the community needs to be fully involved. Mountain Voices Project believes in a full participation and democracy, and this includes a process that is intentionally transparent and involves all community members, not just the business, but also the ordinary citizen, people who work here but cannot afford to live here, housing advocates, and others. It's a council member's responsibility to listen to the community members and have policies in place to ensure accountability and transparency. For example, we expect that whenever the tax is sent to the voters, it will be clear and known on a certain terms how much money will be used for what purposes. We believe that for affordable housing is a big issue. So we understand that some compromise will be needed, but we expect that taxes to be used primarily for these purposes. We encourage public funding for affordable housing, but let's do right. Create a process, sales plan, and accountability for how our community money will be expended. Mountain Voices Project is happy to engage in more dialogue in this with you and our other community members. Thank you.
I'm Jeff Carlson. Jeff Carlson. I live at 1220 Colorado Avenue. I work at 1630 Grand Avenue, and here to literally stand beside Maria as also part of Mountain Voices Project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, brother. All right, is there anybody else from the public that would like to speak on this issue? Anybody else online? Yes, ma'am. Oh, thank you. Come up to the microphone.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I did sign in.
You did sign in. I missed your name. I so much apologize.
No problem. But thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Nancy Flood, and I live at 4339 County Road 117, which means I live in the county but not in the city. However, I do teach for the CMC, Glenwood Center, community education. I also have been a long-term resident. Our family has been up here. We've worked here. I have 3 important points that first I have been very impressed with the thoughtfulness and the articulated concerns. But here are mine, is that first is education. I've been surprised I haven't heard anything about education. And in fact, what I see is this huge growing discrepancy about what teachers are paid and what can they afford in terms of having a home. And we want our teachers to be part of our community, not living in Grand Junction or Newcastle or Silks or their teachers should live we should live where we work. So part of my concern is community, because what makes a strong community is people can live where they work, and they're part of that community, the education, the sports, the recreation, and the education, and the medical care, the businesses, all of those things. So the average across the state now for rent per month is over $1,400, $1,600 a month for not even a 1-bedroom, but just an efficiency apartment. You know, what kind of family? Well, how can a family afford that? And also, how can families enter that path to ownership? Because another part of community is also owning where you live. We all know that when we own something, we take good care of it, and that's part of community building as well. So in terms of educational considerations, I have been aware that we've heard about other employees that people want to work here, but they can't afford to work here, is that in education is also happening, and we're losing good teachers, and we're losing the potential of good teachers. I also feel that it's happening already in our medical care, that our mid-level medical personnel, they can't afford to live here either, and they need to be part of this community. So I thank you very much for your attention. And one last thing is, I agree, yes, we have to be thoughtful and transparent and diverse in working together, but we also have to be timely. I also heard tonight, this has been on the board on the question for how many years? And people need housing now, not 10 years from now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy. Is there anybody else's name that I missed?
No. Question won't get filled. Is there anyone on Zoom?
Thank you for that point of order. There wasn't, and now there is. Wolney.
Monica.
Go ahead.
Can she hear us?
I don't know.
Hello,
Mike?
council? Hello, council?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, it's been on and off on my computer here. So this is Monica Wolney, 51871 Highway 6 in Glenwood Springs, Colorado. Also the owner of Hangin' Lake Inn in Glenwood Springs. So I found out about this a couple weeks ago in regards to this accommodation tax going up and this new amusement tax that you guys are trying to pass. I'm just asking council to kind of understand me and understand everybody in the tourism company, that this would really impact, any of these taxes this year would really impact the hotels and the businesses that are in Glenwood. We had a really tragic year last year due to COVID, and not only with COVID, but the fire that happened. And it's still not going away with the mudslides. Our numbers are down. Our visitors are not coming like they used to. And you guys trying to pass this tax on a knee-jerk reaction would really hurt all of us. Plus, with this amusement tax, there's a lot of unknowns. With the fact is that Sunlight Mountain Resort is in county. They sell their tickets down valley at Sunlight, and they sell within the hotel's community. If they pull out and only sell on the mountain, all of our package deals would be gone, just so they would stay away from accommodations tax. Same thing with the adventure park. They also, we don't know because their amusement is on county level. If they offer free gondola rides, they don't have to pay any tax, according to what I'm understanding, because they're in county and not in city. And if they take away their packages from us, well, that's more business lost, and that's less customers that are coming into Glenwood Springs. So at the end, the businesses lose, but the city loses as well on that tax and those people. And I think that's, there's a lot of unknowns that's going on. I think I'm not against anything. I just feel that it needs to be well thought of, and not a knee-jerk reaction, what's going on right now. I know we have a problem with housing, but then again, how many of us in Glenwood work in Aspen, and can we afford living in Aspen? No. How many people live in Naples or work in Naples and they can't, live in Naples? Same thing with Breckenridge. So the list goes on. I mean, you buy what you can afford and you live where you can afford. But I think we need some time to rethink this and look at small businesses and try to help those businesses first too, as well.
Thank you, Monica. All right, anybody else from the public or online? Okay, we'll bring it back to council for further discussion or motion.
If I may, really quick, Mr. Mayor, just for clarity on just kind of how the, for your procedure, you're going to need to take two votes, two separate resolutions. Also, just, based on the work session we had just a week ago Tuesday, some of the direction from Councilor Willman and Kaup, I think, on the admissions tax we did add. You'll remember originally, as drafted, it just referenced workforce housing at, the direction of kind of broadening those lists of things. And then on the accommodations tax, that one is entirely focused on workforce housing, just so that, conceptually, you have them separated in your mind, because they are slightly different.
Thank you. So I'll make a motion, and bear with me. I'm going to, because I think that a lot of this is where the rubber hits the road. Because if we have a conversation, so it was suggested that we do a motion and a vote, whether you even put this on the ballot. And I would suggest that I'm going to motion to approve moving these to the November ballot, both of these issues. I know it's going to be two separate, so I guess I'll start with attractions. The attractions to the November ballot for the citizens to have their voice heard. And if future motion, if this discussions that we're going to have about what percentage or what issues go to where cannot be reached and consensus cannot be reached with the majority of council, we'll revisit that vote. So basically what I'm saying is I'm taking a motion, I'm entertaining it, but if we can't come to agreement on what this includes or the specificities, we'll then have another motion because we won't have anything to put on at the end of the discussion to take it off. Does that make sense?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Can I
interpret for me.
Allow me to interpret, Mayor, for you.
Thank you.
I think what the mayor is saying is that let's get this first vote out of the way to find out if they're even going on the ballot, because if they're not, there's no reason to have the discussion. But obviously there has to be some agreement as to what the content is, or they can't move forward.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I speak?
Yeah.
kind of have difficulty with this because, oh, sorry.
We need a second.
Yeah, oh, sorry. Okay, we'll wait for the second then.
Are we going, what's the proposal that we?
This is just, yeah,
Right, because if we're not going to do it.
I think they're, I mean, I think that knowing whether or not you're even moving them forward matters, right? Because my guess is you guys all kind of know where you're at. So I think the mayor is suggesting, take that vote to see if you're going to move the admissions tax forward. If you're not, take a vote to see if you're going to move the accommodations tax forward.
And when you say admissions, that's filter for attraction.
Or attractions, yeah. I mean, we have it phrased as admissions because that's, yeah, no, it's attractions, admissions.
And I would say, obviously, if we cannot come to consensus what's going to be on the ballot,
There's a language, specific ballot. It will necessitate a vote at the end to not put it on the ballot.
Right. I think what Jonathan's trying to do is just like, if you guys aren't going to put it on the ballot and you know now, let's not talk about what's the content is.
I don't know if I'm going to put it on the ballot without the discussion, so I think it's a backwards way to do it.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't,
Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies for lack of a second. Does somebody else have a second, another motion? Go ahead, Charlie.
Yeah, I move that we deny resolution 2021-20. At this time, I move to deny the resolution.
Second.
Moved by Charlie, seconded by Tony.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
Can Mr. Wellman make a comment?
Yeah, of course, we can make motions on the comment.
Motions on the comment.
Comments on the motion.
All right, I'll go first. I think I made it clear during the work session last week that I don't support this on the ballot for this year. What I do support is finding a collaborative approach to the housing problem, the workforce housing problem, and how we get there. What are the other potential items that we may want to use that money for that would be raised by the admissions tax, which is what this one is. And if we get to the second one, to the same thing for the increase, as I understand it, to be the increase in the accommodations tax. I think those are difficult issues. I think what we're looking at right now is we're trying to get, if this was passed, we'd be saying, let's build a building, but we don't know what we're going to put in the building. We don't know how much we're going to charge for use of the building. We don't know if we're going to sell the building. We don't know if we're going to lease the building. We don't know if we're going to do it ourselves. We don't know if somebody else is going to do it. I think that's the stuff that we can get over the next several months. I agree, housing is a huge issue in this community, and I think it has to be addressed now. I appreciate the fact that the mayor has pushed this matter forward by bringing this forward and trying to get this on the ballot this year. It got it off a dead center, which it's been for a long time, as Mr. Murphy mentioned. But I think we need to gather a group together, make a good faith effort to find something that can be supported by the overall community and have a plan on how we're going to spend the money. I think not to do that is going to likely end up with a negative vote, which could make this issue moot in the future, because people vote against something once, they're not going to want to come back and say, well, now you got a plan. Why should I do it now when I don't need it before? And I just want to comment on a couple of the comments from the citizens. Somebody mentioned a $100 million budget. We don't have a $100 million budget. We have an $18 million general fund budget. That's what it takes to operate the city. We have a lot of other funds, enterprise funds, an electric fund, we have a water fund, we have a sewer fund. When you look at all those funds together, they may amount to more than that, but don't say we have $100 million to spend on operations of the city. We have $18 million to spend, and we struggle every year to figure out how to put those monies in the right place. And we have a street tax fund, which we're trying to take. I heard clearly, no more taxes for streets until you prove we can't afford the current thing. Our staff has done a great job in trying to start to fix the streets with the money we have. And luckily, we have some increased revenue this year, which is going to help that issue. But I don't think we do this without planning. I don't think we do this without the collaboration of all the major players. And I put together kind of a group, and I know that's in the packet, but I don't want to get to that issue because that group may need to be different than what I was suggesting. Thank you.
Thank you. As the second, I just want everyone to be clear. This is not about affordable housing. This is not about affordable housing. I'll say it one more time. This is not about affordable housing. I grew up in Aspen, Colorado. I was on the city council there. I know about affordable housing. This is not it. There is no plan. We have no idea. This is just money that is going to be raised, and I don't know where we're going to spend it or what we're going to buy. I don't even know what affordable housing means. Does it mean housing for like my sister who's a teacher to live here? Is that the level of housing, or is it for more professional people? I don't know. What I do know is that this entire process has been rushed. We had a poll, and certain members of this council glommed onto the fact that one of the things that the people wanted clearly was affordable housing. But as I think Gary Vick said, it was like 60 or 70%, which means 30% of the people don't want affordable housing. So those people are no votes. I don't, like Charlie said, I don't want to put something on the ballot and it fails, because if it fails, we can't put a sales tax on for affordable housing in the future, or for an accommodations tax in the future for affordable housing, probably long after I'm gone from this council in 10 years. You heard from a hotel owners council, you heard from members of the attractions community, you have a letter here from Mr. Floor from the Glenwood Hot Springs Resort. Without their support, without the support of Angie and the president of whose name I just forgot, Gary, without their support, without the support of the Hotel Colorado and the Melvilles and people like that, we will lose. There is no question. It doesn't matter. It could be, excuse me, it could be for an amusement park, free rides in an amusement park. People will vote against it if they don't understand it, if they don't know what it's for. This has been rushed. I just learned about this less than a week and a half ago. I don't know what the plan is. I don't know where this money is. And while we're talking about this first issue, just briefly, the excise tax on admissions, and then I guess we'll talk about lodging. Our lodging tax, by the way, is right in line with other communities other than Grand Junction and Durango. We are right there. We're a little higher than Aspen, and we're a little lower than some other communities. To raise this tax and put this burden on people like Monica at small hotels or even large hotels is not fair. I can't support this at this time, but I do want to thank Mr. Godis, and we've had our differences. He has brought this to the forefront. It is an issue we have to address. We have to have conversations about who can afford to live here. Will it still be Glenwood? And I hear from Imagine Glenwood. I don't imagine a Glenwood where there's too many people. There's a mountain over there. There's a mountain over there, and there's a mountain behind me. We can only build so much before this isn't the community we all want to live in. And I don't want it to be like that. I also want it to be a sustainable community with housing. I just don't know what the plan is. And I'm not going to, I think it was Ingrid Rousseau, and this will be my final comment, said something about her child borrowing money and going to 7-Eleven and saying, can I have 20 bucks, Mom? Well, what do you want the $20 for before I give you that amount of money? Mr. Mayor, what do you want this money for? Where is it going to go? What are we going to buy, and where are we going to spend it? Until I have answers to that question, I will not support a tax. And if it does get on the ballot, as I said at the work session, I and others will actively campaign against it, and I guarantee it will lose. Thank you.
I'd like to comment. And I thank you I appreciate all the comment. I know this has come up very quickly. It seems like this is all of a sudden a ballot issue. But as many of you know, and as you commented tonight, this is something we've been discussing for years and years. And I look at the business leaders of the community, and I understand the housing crisis that we are in right now. And I think, what has been the inaction? Why haven't we taken action besides maybe some individual businesses? Where have we been? This was talked about when I was on council before, and there was always no, let's not do it. We can't take action right now. Well, it's time. This attractions tax is actually a matter of an equity issue. Our sales tax right now applies to all hard goods and services, but no admissions tickets. Why is that? I'm not sure why it was left out whenever that was put together, but to me it makes sense that when you are selling admissions to attractions within the city, it's only fair that they also pay the same taxes that the retail providers are paying on their goods that they're selling. So being able to put a tax like that to work for affordable housing is so important for our community. And we are in this critical crisis right now. And to say that we don't have a plan, no, we don't have a specific plan on how this money will be spent. But if we can get these funds flowing in and have the funds dedicated to working for workforce housing in our community, we can put a plan together, all of us working together, and keeping in mind the residents that are working to live here and that need to live here. You know, someone made a comment at our last council meeting, and they were talking about how basically they want Glenwood to stay as it was 30 or 40 years ago. I don't want to see that. Our city is changing and it's growing, as is everywhere across the West. But they basically said that Glenwood Springs, when you're thinking about our character, is the neighbors and the workers. That is Glenwood Springs' true assets. Well, if we become a community where our neighbors and our workers can't live here, our teachers can't live here, our policemen can't live here, our plumbers, our house cleaners, anyone else who works in this town, if we can't live here and be a community together, what kind of community do we become? So I applaud the mayor for bringing this forward in a matter that I know is very short, but I trust that we can come together as a community and put that plan together to work for workforce housing all together with the businesses and keeping in mind of our residents and workers in town to get that plan in place. And I would like to say also to Tony's comments, Councilor Hershey's comments. I'm not sure where you've been in the last couple of years, but we have a commission, a housing commission in this city that works very hard to address these needs. We've changed some ordinances recently. We've made it easier for people to add accessory dwelling units to their homes. We've made it easier. We've added inclusionary housing, which was taken out by a previous council. And we've done other things to make progress towards affordable housing. But we can't do it without funding. So if we don't get a funding stream coming in, we can't make real progress. And the market rate housing that we're seeing coming in for the most part is not meeting those needs. So I don't know what the solutions are, but I'd like to see us work together and get there. And I'd like to see us get the funding coming in. I have a question for our legal. You know, if we were to work on this for 6 months or a year, let's say on the attractions tax, what's proposed is that we take our existing sales tax and we apply it to admissions. Is that going to change much in this conversation? I mean, is there?
I mean, in terms of, it's up to you guys what rate you would set it at. I don't know that there would be a lot that would change in terms of the structure of the question, more than likely. And I was thinking about that as the public was commenting on on like knowing how to use it, and I think maybe a lot of people are thinking about A&I, where there were things like it'll be used to rebuild certain projects.
We call specific projects.
Yeah, just kind of generalized specific projects. I will tell you that one of the difficulties is in not having a revenue stream. It's very hard for me or Deborah to work on specific projects because it's very hard to bring partners to the table. My experience in other resort communities, and almost all of them have some kind of dedicated revenue streams for housing, is that's a big part of, those projects develop organically in partnership.
Exactly, right.
So I don't know what exactly that would look like in Glenwood Springs, but I can tell you it is difficult to do it without that revenue stream.
Without any funding coming in. And that's my point here too. And whatever plan we put in place to work on housing going forward has to be flexible, and it has to be able to take advantage of opportunities that come up in the future, because we don't always know what those will be, what properties might be available, what other partners or investors might work in partnership. So I have struggled with the speed with which this has come forward, but I also have struggled with the idea that if we put it off for another year, is it just going to be death by committee? And are we doing a disservice to our community and the people that need to work and live here if we don't start working on getting this revenue stream coming in now? So that's what I'm struggling with on decision-wise. but I do appreciate the mayor bringing this forward in a aggressive and assertive manner and a bold manner. But I think it's something that we need to deal with as a community, and I think we need to get this revenue stream flowing. And I'd like to see us all work together on the specific plan and solutions, and I think we can do that. So.
Ingrid, you're welcome. I'm sorry, she had her hand up.
Oh, good. I thought I was next.
Okay.
Some eventually.
Okay, good. Perfect. So first and foremost, thank you all so much for coming out this evening. Generally speaking, and with few exceptions, I heard a willingness to engage in dialogue, a willingness to talk collaboratively about what will work best for our community. Those conversations can occur in days and certainly not weeks. What we can do is we can say we hear this voice of support in creating this, but this is something that impacts us all, this affordable housing crisis we have, and we can come up with a plan collaboratively. This plan, I think, can have so many different facets of it that when it is presented on the ballot, people can step back and say, you know, to their trusted partners in the community, they can ask the question of, should we support this? And there'll be the foundation from the collaboration and from the dialogue and from the work sessions to say, yes, this is a good plan. This is good for our community. Maybe it's narcissism, but when I get stopped in City Market and asked a question right now, I wouldn't be able to justify this or even explain it because I'm in the same position as the rest of you. And that I don't know all the facets of it. And before I'm going to ask people for money in my community, I want to know where the money is going to. Thank you, Tony, for using my example.
7-Eleven?
7-Eleven, yeah, it's a good example. This subject it's been present. We've been talking about it. Thank you. I think that, we're all in a general consensus. Thank you for bringing it to us. Let's do it well. And when we say we don't have a revenue stream, we just don't have a revenue stream yet. But if we don't do it well, it won't pass. And we won't have it ever, or it'll be, severely delayed. If we do it well, we can make a really solid plan. We have partners in this community that are creative, that think outside the box. Bring them in and engage. We don't do things well in a matter of weeks. We don't build homes well in a matter of weeks. We don't build anything. But this is an idea. I found some quote online when I was, contemplating this, and it didn't have some author, but don't try to rush things that need time to grow. This is rushed, and it needs time to grow. So I think I haven't changed where I was from last week, and I continue to feel the same way. So engage in dialogue, and let's get this done, but do it well. I want to build trust with my community, and trust is developed with good communication, competency, collaboration. There's variables that create trust, and that's what I want to present to the voters. Thank you.
You go first.
No, you're up.
Oh, were you up?
I'll take it.
Sorry, go on.
No, I'm good.
Okay, yes.
Just to come right now. As Ingrid said, thank you all so much. I know this community engagement means a lot to me and means a lot to the rest of the council on being able to hear everybody's voices. And I'll agree with Ingrid in that that this has come up really quickly in the sense of it was brought before us to get it onto this ballot because we have a deadline of tomorrow to put it on the ballot. So I understand where that rush came from. I sit as either the liaison or the alternate on the Financial Advisory Board, the Tourism Committee, and the Housing Committee. And even as an alternate, I try to be at most of those meetings because I think it's really important to engage with all of these people who are experts in our community and are able to offer advice to us on how to move forward. I do have to say, though, in those meetings, in particular, in this last half of year with the Housing Commission and the Financial Advisory Board, is all I have heard is we do not have employees here. We don't have enough employees to fill our businesses. And all of us can see that when we walk downtown on a Monday night looking for dinner and seeing restaurants that are closed because there's not enough staff for people. I see that at the city level where we can't find people to work the jobs that we have as a city. I hear what Andy Mueller said earlier about not being able to bring employees into this valley who are making relatively good incomes. I mean, we are impacted by this, and I don't think it's rushed in the fact that we didn't know this was happening. We all know it's happening. The rush really is on what are the details. And I think there's opportunities to change this ballot question and incorporate some of the things that we want. When we talk about, we don't even know what's the percentage of tax that we would all have to decide. We also need to know on the attractions tax, what percentage of that income that might be coming in is going towards affordable housing, because that's our priority here. And there's three other elements on there that they speak to that we'd also be giving funding to. So the priority to me is affordable housing, and I want to know what that percentage is, and that should be part of that ballot language. The other thing that we need is our stakeholders. We need all of you in this communication. So I'd also like to address that if we can put this on the ballot, that we determine that, who is that group of people that helps us define where we're sending that funding stream. I like the flexibility that Shelley speaks to. We need to be able to say, we can't tie our hands and say this is only going to do this one thing, because then we're stuck. To have some flexibility in that range, I think is really important. I will say that since my first days of coming on council, this has been one of my priorities, is affordable housing. Most of the stuff that we see coming in is for more of an individual type of free market. The free market opportunities that are out there seem to be more directed toward individuals being able to rent a small studio or a one-bedroom apartment or that type of thing. I'm not seeing affordable housing that families can grow in and live in this community and contribute to this community for the next 10, 20 years. We have to have those people living here to make our community stronger. When I am long gone, that's what we want, is we want a basis of families that grow up and are able to do this like I do now, getting close to a post-work period. So I would say that for me to move forward, I am going to vote against what Charlie's proposal is, if we can change the language to this proposal to, number one, figure out what is that percentage, what percentage is actually going towards affordable housing. And we need to say that we're also going to include a stakeholders group that will help us determine how that funding is spent. And that stakeholders group will meet immediately prior to that ballot even being voted on, so that we can start talking about what needs to be done and moving forward.
Mr. Mayor, can I call a quick question?
Sure.
How can that possibly be done before the election?
As far as getting a stakeholder group together?
Everything you just talked about.
Finding a percentage of the, what percent, well, I think we have to discuss that tonight, whether or not we move forward on the ballot.
It'll be a long meeting.
It will be.
I'm going to be gone.
I'll keep all this. Yeah, go ahead. Did you read off of that?
I just want to respond real quickly before I get into my main comments to a commenter, Gary Vick, who said he would love to live in London or Paris, but he can't afford it. You just Google Paris affordable housing or London affordable housing. Paris has 7,000 units that they're committing for affordable housing. London has an $8.6 billion fund for affordable housing. So this isn't, you're not breaking ground here. It's almost every other mountain community has done this. And when we talk about some of these numbers, percentages, Paula, I think that that's great. I think we need to. I want us to keep in mind that what all these other communities, for the large part, have is a real estate transfer tax. They have a 2%, 1.5%. Tabor took that away from us. We don't have the ability to go to our citizen, and that generates tens of millions of dollars for Aspen, Pitkin County. They have 3,000 units, and 3,000 units in Pitkin County didn't happen by accident, but what they didn't do 40 years ago was identify a community need and say, here's exactly what we have to spend it on. We can only do 50% owner occupied. We can only do this amount of, we can only do seasonal housing. They're doing everything above, everything, and throw it all on the wall and see what sticks. So they bought lumberyard and converted that, have 4 rentals, they have everything. And because of that, 3,000 units and probably 6,000, soon 2 people per unit live in Pitkin County that would probably be crowding out Glenwood right now and Parachute and other places down Valley. So I think we need to tighten up the language. We need to specify things like the study committee. I proposed a study committee that would be much more inclusive of nurses, Mountain Family staff, the retail staff, restaurant industry, AFSCA, Habitat for Humanity, Garfield County Housing Authority, the school district, Voices United, Mountain Voices, CHAFA, the faith community, our homeless expert, Debbie Wild, and yes, lodging, attractions, and the people who would be affected by this. I think that, the other thing that Ingrid had said was that trust is developed by taking your time and bringing the stakeholders along, and I agree with that. But I think trust is also developed by being responsive to the citizens. When I moved here 15 years ago, I would have loved to have found a way to come to this valley and have home ownership. Fortunately, they were giving out mortgages like candy at the time, so I was able to buy something that we couldn't afford. I turned our basement into an ADU, and that's how we can afford to live in this valley. Still, 15 years later, that option is not available anymore because, mortgage regulation, I guess. But that was an issue 15 years ago. It was an issue 10 years ago when Shelley was on council. And it was an issue 5 years ago when 85% of the respondents to the A&I poll said their #1 concern and issue in this community was affordable housing. It was reaffirmed 2 months ago when the #1 response of the issue in our community was, again, affordable housing. So this is not a new issue. And quite frankly, I think we have taken the lead in this conversation by setting up a housing commission. We have taken the lead by having this conversation because, quite frankly, our community leaders have not stepped up. They have not, Steve Beckley accepted from that statement because he has created affordable housing in a way. But there also is a lot of other employers that are paying for rent for their staff because that's what they have to do. There's a lot of people who want to work in this community, that want to live in this community, and we need to unite those two things for a lot of reasons. I think that I would really like for us to look at establishing this committee. We didn't know when we passed marijuana or tobacco. Marijuana we did 4.5 years ago, and we outline some broad ideas. And I think if we're having this conversation makes it the ballot, we need to define that. But I don't want us to get so specific that we tie our hands. We have an opportunity potentially next Tuesday to engage with a development partner that he's already offered to dedicate 20% of that annexation. Yes,
I would
sir.
object to him talking about that.
I don't think we need to make a scene out of it.
Well, I actually like,
You need to exclude the annexation from the conversation.
Hypothetically, thank you, Councilor. If we have partners that come before the city and want to do projects without a source of revenue to be able to say, hey, here's what we would like to do. Can we partner on this? Can we take advantage of the scalability? I think we're missing out, regardless of the specific project. I think also we're missing a little bit of this. This is a crisis that we're talking about, much like a wildfire. I don't think you sit around for a week, a month, a year to talk about how to put out the wildfire. You send the tankers, you send the air support, you send it there. You don't worry if a few drops get dropped somewhere else. You get them on the scene, and while they're getting en route, you figure out what's the best way to attack this problem. And I think by not really identifying this affordable housing issue as a crisis, I disagree when people say this is not about affordable housing. That's all that this is about. I don't want to pass a tax because I want to pass a tax. I've heard councilors in the past say, well, our accommodation tax is a little low compared to this. Our attraction tax, we've talked about it 15, 20 years. It probably even went to the ballot, I think, 25 years ago. So we've been talking about this forever. It's always in the context of, it seems a little low. I'm not interested in that conversation. I'm interested in what are we trying to achieve? And we're trying to achieve is affordable housing. This is just a tool. So I don't want us to get so wrapped around the axle about talking about the tool. I mean, that's obviously a large piece of this for sure. But I want us to talk about the people that it's affecting and how this can address their needs and the community's needs. I think that's a little bit getting lost in the should we tax, should we not conversation. I think that's all my comments are for now. I will not be voting to support Charlie's motion.
Really?
Read the opinion on it, isn't it?
Well, I guess it's down to me, huh? Well, I love it that we're off Zoom now and back in this room where we can look down the dais and look at each other and try to figure out where this 4-3 vote is going. It's a difficult conversation. I've sat on this council for coming up on 7 years, and we've been talking about it for 7 years. Not necessarily affordable housing, but increasing the accommodations tax and putting together an attractions tax. And I think we've all been in favor of making that happen. I'm disappointed that the chamber or the community hasn't actually come forward sometime in the last 7 years and started that conversation for council, because it just keeps happening like this. Jonathan says these questions it's all about affordable housing. I think there's more to it than that. Shelley said that this admissions tax is about tickets to admissions for facilities. And yet so much of the conversation up here, I can't even figure out what the admissions tax is. Who gets taxed? I thought it was an attractions tax, but what is an attraction? I've had some conversations with people on staff that have said, well, yeah, it's even, down to a massage therapist in her home that would get taxed from that. I don't feel that way at all. I think, in fact, that it's not about the cottage industry. I think that people working out of their home and scraping to get by probably don't get thrown into this tourism tax. So I don't know. To me, I hear all this conversation. It's all great conversation. I really think I cannot turn my back on this community. I think this community in front of me has to figure out what these things mean, who gets taxed, who doesn't, how it gets spent. I have to know that it's more about affordable housing or workforce housing, which I think is important. But to me, it's also about the impacts that tourism bring to this community. And we need funding to help with those impacts. The Parks Department cannot keep up with the maintenance, the impacts that the tourists bring to our parks and our facilities. We don't have the funding for that either. That's just as important. If we don't maintain our facilities, then people are going to quit coming. If there's trash blowing around the streets, they're not going to come to a dirty town. I think that's part of it too. I think we have to figure out how to define that. I think that the Rippies in this valley, and there's a lot of them, and Beckley needs to join with us in the chamber and try to figure this deal out. And it can't go another year. I mean, it's going to go another year. I don't see any way we can get it done by November. I can't imagine that there wasn't one person that stood up there and said, let's put together this committee right now and get this done in the next 30 days. I can't even imagine how we would get that scheduled. I think if we're going to do it in a meaningful way, we need to start in the next 30 days, and we need to work on it every month for the next 12 months. And when we sit here 12 months from now, we need to know exactly what an attraction is. We need to know exactly how much that tax is, where it's going, what it's going to be used for, who's going to have to pay it, what industries are actually impacted by it, what industries are actually going to collect it. I can't have one conversation up here with anybody tonight that can agree on any of that. And let alone to think that at 8 o'clock at night, we're going to just hammer all this out real quick. I can't support it.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
What, you made a lot of comments about the attraction tax being difficult. What about the lodging tax tonight?
Well, I agree. I did lean on the attractions tax a lot.
Well, that's a motion.
That's where most of the confusion on my part is. The attractions or the accommodations tax, I think that we charge in this community is low. And I think that needs to increase as well. But I think the same is true. So you increase it to what? How much more? What does it get used for? Where does it go? Do we use some of it for impacts? Is it some of it or all of it? Does all of it go to housing? I don't know the answers to that, and I don't have any input from my community to tell me what they think it should do. How can we do that tonight? How can we do it in the next 2 weeks? It just seems like an impossible task to me. I'd like to vote yes on both of these questions. I really would. Because I think that's where it should go. I really think that this community needs to start on this plan and they need to put it in place as soon as possible. I think, Shelley, we need to, for the affordable housing, if that is something that comes out of this, we need to start building that fund if it's actually going to make a meaningful difference in this community.
Right.
As soon as possible. But I think, in my mind, as soon as possible is a year from now, when you have it better defined, better marketed, and you have everybody out here in this audience behind us 100%. Everybody in this audience needs to be able to answer the questions at City Market, and everybody needs to be able to tell their neighbors that it's a good thing to vote for. And I don't think there's anybody out there right now that would do that, because they haven't been involved in it. So I wish we had talked about this 6 months ago. We've all been in the tourist season, Ken. So we've all been a little busy around here, but this is a good time of year to start it. Now we're in our shoulder season, and we probably have a little bit more time, and we can probably get some more volunteers to maybe hammer this out over the next 6 months. Yep.
So on that note, Charlie, is there anything to add to your, and also to Tony, is there anything to add to include that in not just we're voting against putting this on the ballot, but adding to that to say we're going to not put it on the ballot now, but we're going to put together a stakeholders group and we're going to do this and that, so that we have more to work with than just yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the reason that I did the motion the way I did, Paula, is because I was afraid if I got into what the committee looked like, we would be debating that versus the bigger issue. I think that's the next thing we do, assuming we vote this. It seems to be the vote going that we're going to deny this, and probably item number 10. Then we say a group, and I proposed in the agenda packet the head group, and I saw Jonathan proposed one. I have some. We probably have some differences how that's going, but I have an idea maybe how we can, again, work in a collaborative fashion to come up with a group that is effective and brings in the input for the community. My goal in voting against this now is not to put this off and say, let's just put it in the back burner. My goal is to have this ready to say to the community in the move, And I talked to Mike McCallum late this afternoon, by late February at the latest, and say, here's what we think is a good idea. Can you guys go out and try to help us sell this? And is this something that you would support?
Can you add any of those parameters to
I think we need to do this on a divided thing. I will certainly make another motion right after that to create that committee. So, but I don't want to, what I'm worried about by adding to this motion is then we get into a debate about what the committee makeup is.
Right.
And I think we need to have a clear vote if we support putting this on the ballot this time or not. I'm telling you, I'm not going to let this thing die from my perspective if I had any way to do that. So I hope that answers your question.
Oh. And I would concur with that, Paula, but I would ask Mr. Mayor that we call the question.
Anybody else have a comment? Just to be clear, we are voting specifically on the attraction tax, as that's the agenda item, right?
Item number 9. Yeah.
Item number 9, okay.
I'll say anything separate.
Yeah, we need to.
Yeah.
That's why I would have done one motion.
Ryan, let's call the question.
Yes, sir. Counselor Hershey.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wellman.
Yes.
Counselor Russo.
Yes.
Mayor Goods.
No.
Counselor Davis.
I'm sorry, I'm confused on the motion.
Motion is to deny.
Deny putting it on the ballot.
Yes.
Counselor Spett.
No.
Counselor Cow.
No.
It passes 4-3.
So could we clarify with the community members so they understand what's in that?
Yes.
Thank you.
If I may. So that was a vote not to put the attractions tax on the ballot. My suggestion would be to move on to accommodations and get that out of the way, and then have a discussion over the makeup of the board, or even push that down farther in the agenda so you can get through some of the other things.
Could that even be, I'm sorry, could that even be something, and I'll defer to the rest of the council, that we talk about another night? Yeah, okay.
I don't want it.
Okay. Withdrawn.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a motion? Your Honor. Damn lawyers. I would move that we deny putting Resolution 21-21, item number 10, on the ballot in November of 2021.
Sustained or second.
Comments?
Could I just make a quick comment?
Yes, of course.
I just want to say, Paula, that I really respect what you're saying, and I respect also the mayor bringing this forward. But if this council is split 4-3, this will never pass. We need a buy-in from everyone in this room, and some of them are going to disagree with them, like maybe Kevin, because he doesn't, or Ken. But I think if the more people we get on board, and if there's a 6-1 vote or a 7-1 vote, then we'll have more success. Thank you.
Yeah, and I disagree. I think the citizens have overwhelmingly said that they want this addressed. So if we're split 4-3, I don't think that is a problem. I think that this community, the people that are here are wonderful, wonderful additions to our community. They're pillars of our community. There's leaders in our community. You know who's not here is the people working their second jobs. Who's not here is the young families that have kids at home. Who's not here are the people from Parachute that have to commute back. They're probably commuting back right now to work, or Grand Junction. That's who's not here. So, I think, as Councilor Willman mentioned, I think we have some differences in the list of what constitutes the community. I would like to see a much more broad range, but I'd also like to say that we're talking about the attraction or the lodging tax at this point. I guess I would like to entertain a vote and see if there's a motion or they don't have to be together. So if we want these both to be together, that's fine, but they don't have to be, because it seemed like attractions were kind of confusing to certain people, and that might not be the case with lodging. So,
what do you say?
Yep.
I'm easily confused. Yes.
I think that one of the most important things for us to all step back and realize this evening is that we're not having a discussion about if, but rather when. And timing is everything. And so, I can only really support and encourage waiting 12 months. Like, we don't have it. We haven't had it now. We've been talking about it for 7 years. Let's make a good plan. I grew up in a construction industry.
with design, you know, now an influence in my life. And I recognize the importance of good house plans in order to build a good house. And so I would apply that same analogy here and say that with a good plan on affordable housing, we will build a good affordable housing project. If we rush it, we will have a repeat of what happened before, where deed restricted units fell, you know, out of our possession, and we know that history. Let's do it well. Let's do it the right way. And if that means we wait for 12 months to do it, let's make a good plan and push forward.
So my concern here is the wait sometimes causes problems. We recently passed, as you know, there's a history where we had deed restricted housing, and then it was taken away. So then this current council has worked towards getting inclusionary housing again and putting some things in place, as Shelley had mentioned earlier, for opportunities for affordable housing, bringing density into some of our developments and creating ADUs that are more easily accessible to people and easily brought to somebody's house. We have done a lot of things with our Housing Commission and with our Planning and Zoning Commission to make some changes. But what happened is by the time we got that in front of council, there are a number of developments on the table already that were grandfathered into the old system. And so we're not currently getting that inclusionary housing on any development that we're currently looking at. So why not go ahead and move forward, increase this accommodations tax, know that it's dedicated to affordable housing, and bring that same stakeholders group that we're looking at for the attractions tax to also help us develop what are the possibilities of using this for affordable housing with this lodging tax as well. So my concern on waiting is it's that much further down the road, and it means we don't have that income coming in to help what needs to be helped now, which is finding housing for employees, for our businesses in this community.
Paul, I agree with you. I want to figure out some way to solve the problem you're suggesting, but passing a tax is not a solution to what happens between now and then. We may have to talk about other ways to try to stop, we may need to talk about other ways to do things, but whether or not we approve the tax or go forward with the tax in November doesn't change what can happen before that tax passes, if it does. And I think the plan is give it a better chance for the tax to pass, so we have the money. Meanwhile, we got to figure out what we have to do to try to make sure that we, as a planning item, because it's not really it's not a voting item, planning item, what do we do to try to make sure that we encourage more the future developments to have more affordable housing components? And then we put together the plan to come up with the money, and hopefully that gets approved by the voters in 22. That's my view.
Any other comments? All right, just to clarify the motion.
Motion is to deny putting the increase in the accommodations tax on the ballot in November 2021.
All right. Other question?
Who seconded?
Tony.
Councilor Steph.
The vote is to deny, so if you want it on, you would vote no.
No.
Okay.
Double negative. It kills me every time.
Yeah.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lemon.
Yes.
Mayor Gerdes. Councilor Hershey.
Yes.
Councilor Kaut.
No.
Councilor Russo. It passes 4-3.
Mr. Mayor, before we move over to number 11, could we make some sort of motion to form a committee, as Mr. Wellman suggested, so that we can move forward as quickly as possible on these questions for next November of 2020?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the proposed study committee for accommodation tax increase and attraction tax proposal number 2, as outlined in our packet.
Is it in our packet?
It's under this agenda item. It is the proposed ad hoc study committee for tourist revenue to support affordable workforce housing. It is,
There's two.
there's two. I'm looking at number two.
Are you doing both? Both?
Nope, just number two.
Okay, thank you.
I will second that as long as that is used as a framework and a guide, because I think it's, obviously it may.
Yes, I mean, if people say I can't serve on this, my organization's not willing, or other people from the community express a strong desire.
Right.
This is just a framework, I think, of the larger representation I'd like to
Can you
propose.
put in your motion that Steve Beckley has to do it? He can't.
I would put on that, I would amend my motion.
Oh, I don't think that's not.
I was joking.
Number two.
I put it on your screen.
It's right here, yeah. Further conversation?
Yes,
Did you want a second?
Shelley did.
Oh, sorry.
I can't support the concept of the committee in the way you've suggested, Mr. Mayor, and I think to see your suggestion for the committee. It's not that I think mine is perfect, and I'm not yours versus mine here. My concern is we put the Housing Commission in charge of it, and then we have a bunch of people who aren't necessarily part of the Glenwood Springs community. I think it's important. My concept of the group is to have a core group of people. They go out and conduct a survey of all these various other groups that you're talking about, bring these people in, have make presentations, school district presentation, have Healthy Mountain Communities make a presentation, have the hospital make a presentation, and do it that way. But you need to have a core group of people. And my concern is if you have the Housing Commission do this, it becomes another project of one of our commissions, and actually it's going to defeat the purpose of getting this done in a reasonable fashion. So I can't support that makeup of the committee.
Well, Mr. Mayor, isn't the committee, I'm sorry, Paula, or Shelley.
No, go ahead.
Isn't the committee sort of flexible in your mind?
Yes, this is an outline of suggestions
Then I just.
for the community, and that doesn't, it's inclusive, not exclusive.
Yes, and I would support this,
Number
option two, proposal number two, that was added to our agenda tonight, because again, what I'm hoping that, even though I'm disappointed that this won't go forward on the ballot this year, I think it's great if we can come together as a community and work on a solid plan. Certainly, it was uncomfortable for most of us up here to try to move something forward this quickly, but I think we're doing that because we're not, well, maybe not. For most of us, we're doing it because we're passionate about the community and we want to help keep Glenwood Springs as strong of a community as we've had and we've experienced, and going forward for the future generations and our children. I know I have 3 sons that would love to live here. So I'm hoping that this committee, and I support this committee because it is focused on housing. It's not just the voices of the tourism provider community. And I think it's really important that we dig into the community and make sure we have a really good assessment of all the needs. Yes, we have the 2019 regional housing study that really gave us good data on housing. We haven't acted on it yet, except with a commission and without any revenue. So again, we need to get a revenue stream in place. We need to focus on diverse, equitable housing throughout the community, all various income levels. And I think this committee that's outlined in this proposal can do that. So.
Is there an opportunity in this proposal to put a timeline to have something done?
It's in it. The
Okay.
timeline is start by November 5th. Recommendations to council by the second meeting of April. An expected commitment of 1 to 2 meetings a month.
Okay, with the intent to get something on the ballot?
I would amend the motion to include that, yes.
That would be great.
Would you amend your second?
I would amend the motion that we have, I'd like to see us have a framework and plan in place by next February,
Okay.
so that we can get it on the ballot.
Yeah, so if I'm hearing all the amendments right, it would be framework in place by February 1, with an anticipation of questions on the ballot in November 2022.
Yes.
Cool.
So don't throw those away.
No, but the good news is, like,
And can I just say, if this committee is doing good work and are close by February 1, I would entertain that we maybe could extend them 30 days.
yeah. Oh, don't give them 30 days now, Jonathan, on I'm just teasing.
I don't want to rush the community. I am one that wants to hear all the voices of the community. Go ahead.
So we have two proposals in our packet for study groups, and they read like a football game between public and private partners, like public and private groups, right? One has nurses and teachers and nonprofits, and the other one has hotels and attractions. And is it possible to just, yeah, but it's lean on that. It's lean. The other one is heavy on one, and this one's lean on that. I think they need to be merged. I'm fine with the timing, but I'd like to see a lot of voices at the table. I'd like to see Charlie's suggestions. I'd also like to see this study committee proposal number 2. Like, get a lot of voices there.
Yeah.
I mean,
Look,
be inclusive.
let me
Yeah,
just
and that's great.
speak to that. I think at least the big issue I have is, Charlie, to, what am I going to say? With all due respect, isn't that about the way you prefaced? I completely agree with what you say. But with all due respect, I think that the list you have is about answering a tax question. I'm interested in answering a housing question, and I think these are the partners. And we have retail staff, restaurant industry. We have the leading employers in the community, which is the school district, which is places like Valley View. We have subject experts, the school district superintendent. We have lodgings, attractions. I think half of these people on here are business and industry, and the other half are community experts in housing. I'm not interested because, you know what, we might find that this group gets together and after the second one, they're like, you know what we need is a property tax. Maybe what we need to do is a sales tax. So I'm not interested in staffing it just with EDA members because we think we're going to go a lodging or attractions tax. I don't know that. I think that's a tail wagging the dog talking about the tax. I want to talk about housing. I think this is the group to talk about how we solve housing. I think if things come out of it, we can, again, include other voices, but I think this is the group to invite those other voices to it.
So you're very much saying, you agree with me, that it's kind of leaning towards one side, and I'm asking for a little more equity within the group.
No, I think it's,
We have the success of having the tax pass. Players at the table are the ones who are going to be able to speak and say, yes, we agree with this. We're not going to fight you on this. We're not going to, create any offense on it. But if we don't have them at the table, I think that we're deficient of that voice.
But aren't they at the table on that list?
No, it leans heavily, and I think that Jonathan just supported that with what you said, that your list is much more housing oriented.
But what is the problem we're trying to solve?
Yeah, first the problem is to pass the tax, and if we don't get the tax passed, then it doesn't matter what this group says.
Can we pass the tax tonight and put it on the ballot? That's the first problem.
I
All right. We're going back and forth here. Sorry. Steve Davis has his hand up. I'm sorry. You had it next. Did you have it next?
Do I get to use it? I just hold it?
No, you're just
I'm kidding.
Sorry,
All right, here's my concern, and I agree it has to be some combination. I was trying to think of something that made sense, trying to bring the players in that were going to be impacted by the tax. I think that's real critical. I agree it wasn't all inclusive. I was writing down other things. We need to bring the Housing Commission in, probably need citizens at large. We might need to get major employers in. One of the things I'm concerned about, and I said it earlier, I didn't say it very well, and I'm not trying to be critical of our Housing Commission, is this is our led proposal. Now we're going to say, Housing Commission, you take the lead in this. This ought to be led by us, somebody on this council, and I don't need to be the person. I think I can do the job, but it's not why I'm doing it. We need the council to be leading this group of people. And so I think we should create an ad hoc group. My suggestion is let's work on what that ad hoc group would be. I'd love to bring it back at the next meeting, but I won't be here, so the first meeting in October, bring this back. Let's come up with an agreement on the group, but it's got to be council-led. If we don't lead this as a tax issue, then we're making a mistake. So that's my opinion.
I thought we were talking about accommodations tax and attractions tax.
Not anymore. Because now that council decided we're not going for the tax.
What we've talked about is for 7 years, I've been sitting up here, and we've talked about through tourism and through this community, increasing the accommodations tax and putting together an attractions tax.
Right.
And that's what I would hope this community would do. And by us turning that down tonight, I would hope that we would encourage this community to come forward and do that. Now, you're talking about a housing thing, period. These guys have to have an open mind to it. I want the community to tell us what we're going to use that tax for. Maybe it's housing, maybe it's partly housing, but you're jamming 100% housing down their throat to even have the committee to talk about these two taxes. Am I getting that wrong?
The jamming down the road, I might just.
You want me to soften that a little bit?
I don't know, man.
You're going to tell them that it's going to be used for housing to increase accommodations tax and put an attractions tax on, and all they can use it for is housing.
No.
I think it's up to them to tell you how they're going to use it, and it may not be housing at all.
Well, in that case, we've done a huge disservice to the community tonight.
Well, I'm not saying it shouldn't have some housing element to it. I'm just saying, I think the community ought to help make that decision.
And that is what this is all about. And that's why this is a framework.
You said, I'm trying to jam stuff down people's throats. I said you're trying to lead these guys into what we're going to.
I love
you, gentlemen.
Can I make a comment? I think the outline that was presented here is the intent to speak to the two taxes that we had on our agenda tonight that were proposed. The focus is to solve the community housing problem for our employers, for our workforce, for everyone who lives here. There's also certainly leeway in there to get some money if we have, whether it would be on the lodging tax side or the attractions tax side. I think there's been talk about a tourism shuttle to help address our parking and traffic issues, as well as offset some of the other impacts that our visitors bring on town, things like maintenance of trailheads and parks and some of the downtown area. I think there's room in the budget for that, and there's room in that discussion for that. So this, in my mind, does not preclude that, creating this study, because it does include people from the business community that would be affected and from the tourism community. I think the chamber should be on this list. The chamber, I believe, is on this.
You know, it's not, but I would take that as either the chamber or committee on the move, whatever is more accurate. I would absolutely, I did overlook that.
So,
I would definitely put that.
Again, that's why I asked on my second, is this a framework? This is not the end-all list.
So
But the focus, I think, should stay on housing. Framework. Yes.
Okay.
I would support that.
Ryan, can we call the question?
Yes. Counselor Hershey?
Yes.
Counselor Cow?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
No.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
Counselor Spett?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wellman?
No.
Mayor Gervis?
Yes.
It passes 5-2.
Can we have a council liaison at the committee? I forgot to ask that.
You know,
No.
specifically no, because I want this.
Oh, right, 'cause it's coming back.
Yeah, I don't want to lead this conversation. We're
Oh,
asking.
forget it.
Okay. Is there anything else that we need to tidy up on this business, or can we take a 8-minute break?
Yeah, and then during that break, let's talk about the rest of the agenda real briefly.
Can I say quickly?
Yes.
Thank you to everybody who
Yes.
came here tonight. I hope we'll have a good community conversation going forward and get this done well.
But Mr. Mayor, we
Well.
can talk about the airport thing now.
Yes.
He said he wants to talk.
But I just, I was just going to have a conversation on, we have a continued land use item, and I didn't know, I think the bulk of the public comment probably has occurred, and I didn't know if you wanted to take up that land use item and to make sure you got it done, because we do have a developer who came in a second time. Twice.
Out of town.
How far did he fly this?
Dallas, right? All right, let's take a 8-minute break. We'll come back at 8:33. Thank you, everybody. Really, I appreciate everybody's comments. Except yours, Eric. Except yours. to switch it up?
No, I think if you just, if, with the consent of council, I think if you want to.
Yeah, is everybody?
Can I grab item number, I can't remember what it is, Jonathan, sorry, hang on. Item 16 up for the next consideration, which is planning file 5820, consideration of a major site architectural plan review for the construction of a 36-unit multifamily building.
Yep. So is there general consensus on council to move the planning item 16 up to the next item on the agenda?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Any opposition? All right, item number 16.
Can't see. There you go.
Okay, I'm going to go through a very short presentation with you guys, and then the applicant isn't present, and will be able to answer any of your questions as well. So this is planning file 5820, a major site and architectural plan. There we go. This is a little bit of background and a nice image for you for lofts and the different phases. This is lofts phase 4 that's presenting before you tonight. We have phase 1 and 2 on the south side of Wilson Road. You can see phase 3, which is currently under construction. I'm sure you guys have seen the cranes over there. And phase 4, the proposed project is going to be immediately adjacent to phase 3. I've provided you with the unit count numbers there, so if you need that for reference, you can go back to it.
So just to get a perspective, that's just right behind Wells Fargo, right?
Yes.
Well,
It's in the Meadows area, adjacent to Wells Fargo, yeah. No problem. So the current proposal, we have a 4-story building with a lower level parking garage, approximately 10,000 square foot footprint. This is going to be for 36 multifamily residential apartments. The proposal does include some private common areas, including a pool and spa, fitness and club room, which is depicted in the site plan. The proposal does meet the Glenwood Meadow development standards. And I always do like to call out parking, so this is providing the required parking of 1.7 spaces per unit. There is a pad site for commercial, future commercial, that when they come in, we'll have to evaluate the remaining spots that are left for that commercial site. But that's not what we're looking at tonight. So they are meeting their parking requirements for the residential units. This is some elevations to look at, and also I have a picture, an updated picture. Some of our planning and zoning commissioners wanted to see what this project looked like next to phase 3, so I'll get back to that in a second. But meets all of the architectural features requirements as laid out in the Glenwood Meadows development standards. So site and architectural plan review approval criteria. Staff has detailed all of these criteria on the screen here and how staff believes it has been met. We have some reviewing agency comments included in your packet from engineering, also fire access comments. None of these comments actually prevent the current proposal or change the site design as listed. So we have one action item for you tonight. Sorry, that is actually a typo. There were 3 action items associated with this project. Planning and Zoning Commission has authority to review the variance as well as the special use permit. So those were for building height and building length. Both of those were passed by Planning and Zoning Commission. So those items are not before City Council's purview tonight. We have one action item, which is the approval of a major site and architectural plan for 36 multifamily apartment units. Planning and Zoning recommended approval with conditions for City Council's review. And that vote, Planning and Zoning Commission voted 5-2 to recommend approval. And The variance passed unanimously 7-0, and the special use permit 4-3. There is one item that I want to call out in the suggested conditions from staff that has altered slightly. So 4B, as seen on your screen, we are removing that, placing it lower down with number 8. And this is in reference to the traffic study that was submitted by the applicant. It did have some recommendations for some intersection improvements at Wolfson and Midland, as well as, I'm gonna get the name of the street wrong, East Meadows and Midland Avenue for a merge lane. You guys are probably familiar with the merge lane coming off of the community center and getting onto Midland now when you're taking a right, also referred to as a suicide lane, to merge into traffic. So making some small adjustments to that existing one at Wolfson and Midland, and then also adding that lane to East Meadows and Wolfson, as recommended by their traffic study. So condition number 8 is the developer shall pay $30,000 to the city for intersection improvements on Midland, let me move this little guy, on Midland Avenue as outlined in the traffic study, as opposed to 4B as written, which was the full construction of those improvements. So I know that was quick, as requested. I'll take questions. Thank you.
Okay, good. Oh, I have it.
Hannah, reading through this packet, there was a little bit of confusion on my end that originally with this Meadows loft development, there were 6 multifamily buildings approved with that original development. And from the way I count this, that was kind of incorporated with everything that's been done so far. So this is in addition to those 6. This is the 7th. Is that, did I read that correctly?
This would be the 7th building.
So it is.
5 is in phase 1 and 2.
It is an additional.
Just looking for confirmation of my math.
It is an additional building to the original agreement then, correct?
Original agreement.
Or the original.
Immediately identifying what you're referring to as the original agreement.
And I'm sorry, I just put a note on the front of this saying there were 6 multifamily buildings approved with that, and that those were already taken care of, and now this is in addition to that.
Yes, the Lofts phase 1 and 2 were 5 buildings. Lofts phase 3 is a single building, and then this is also
right
a new building.
So this is a new one
on a different lot.
Thank you. I just wanted clarity on that. Thank you. I may have another. I have to go through my notes again. Sorry.
I'll hold it out slightly.
Okay. Hannah, I read something, and I'm not sure where it was in the packet, or that I could go back and find it right now, but there is a 1-acre park approved as part of the development, somewhere stage 1. Was it part of the original PUD?
If we're referring to a 1-acre park, that would definitely be part of the original Meadows development, not something that's associated with this building that's before you tonight.
But we've just completed, we're in phase 4 now of buildings. I'm just asking where's the park and when does that come into play for the PUD?
I don't immediately know the answer to that question.
Carl, do you have any idea where the park comes in? There's a.
Yeah, not off the top of my head.
I don't actually recall a 1-acre park from the original annexation agreement, which maybe is.
The original annexation agreement, all of the, underneath the original annexation agreement, most, if not all of the parkland dedication was addressed via the large dedication of the trail system and all of those kinds of things.
Right.
So I don't actually remember.
I guess I have to read through somewhere. I did come across it in some of the documents, and
I did have a section in the planning and zoning staff report that spoke to common open space already being satisfied by the original Glenwood Meadows annexation agreements, and satisfied by various improvements or land transfers to the city, including the creation of hiking and biking trails, pedestrian infrastructure such as Midland, transfer of the community center property,
but I'm not.
Okay, so maybe that's part of it. All right, I'll dig that up and. My other question is the status of Wilson Street in front of the lofts.
Yeah, a couple of things on that. I mean,
It's been destroyed by the construction, so I'm just wondering.
obligations in the prior phases to repair what's been torn up as a result of the construction. So those are taken care with that. Lofts 3, all construction access is through the parking lot. Is one of the conditions on that, and I think there's a carryover of a similar condition on this to keep people off Wilson as much as possible.
Okay.
And then it is an ongoing staff, discussion as to how we're going to fund the complete rebuild of Wilson, which needs to happen. I mean, it's a 20-year-old road at this point, Wilson and East Meadows Drive. And that's what the $30,000 is going towards, because as you'll recall, underneath the ADA, they actually don't have any obligation to do traffic improvements on this property.
Right. On this one specifically.
Yeah.
This lot. Okay. And that was my other question on maybe for Matt, is the 30,000 enough to pay for the improvements that were outlined?
Jump in again and say that this is kind of like a voluntary negotiated number, because the actual obligation underneath the ADA is 0.
The actual obligation is what?
Is 0. They don't.
From the improvements that were called out in the traffic study that are in the plan?
Yeah, no, literally there are no, because of the traffic improvements that were done at underneath the annexation and development agreement. Remember, we did an MOU as to the larger development you'll see later on these same issues.
Right.
All of the traffic improvements have been met for development. So you don't have any authority to layer on additional ones. And so this is a negotiated amount as a contribution to, but not something, you can't, I guess what I'm saying is you can't pick a number and I don't have any authority to enforce that number. So that's why we negotiate.
It's not related to the actual cost of the construction or
right.
What the city will incur.
Right. It is not. So what we had discussed with underneath the MOU with BLD, you'll remember it was an additional $500 per unit.
Right.
This would have been $18,000, and they agreed to move it up to underneath that scenario, and they agreed to move it up to $30,000.
Okay. Thanks.
Other questions?
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Just backing up on that a little, that agreement was with the developers of the Meadows, or that agreement was with the developers of the Loft?
Well, it's the entire annexation and development agreement. The improvements that were done at that time, which included $19 million of off-site improvements and the creation of all the public roads internal, those fulfilled all of the obligations for future development on the annexation parcel, which included the commercial and the residential. So there's not, it's just like the parkland. They already met those at the time of annexation.
I just wanted the distinguishing of we're talking about from the.
Yeah, we're talking about the entire thing. It doesn't matter where it occurs on the annexed parcel. Those obligations have technically been met underneath the ADA.
Okay. Real quickly, 18 storage units for 36 places? Is that what I counted correctly? 36 apartments, 18 storage units?
Yeah, in the parking structure on the ground floor.
And that follow with the community plan that 18 storage units are enough for these apartments?
Yes, it does. Staff actually had the applicant do a storage review of the entire building. So those are one aspect of the storage that meets the requirement. And then also there's other storage throughout the building that meets the 3 cubic feet of space per 1 square foot of space requirement in code.
Okay, so we've accommodated all of that. Okay, thank you. And one of our discussions that have been coming up recently in a lot of different city council meetings is the problem that we are having with the growth and of our population, and that has led to how do we take care of emergency evacuation. So I'm trying to understand not just the traffic impact right there, but where will this traffic end up going out of West Glenwood in case of emergency? Does it end up going into town? Is there any study on that as far as how traffic flow could impact beyond just the parameters. I mean, we're looking at that all the time now, is we have an evacuation.
You actually have to, you'd have to define what's the event you're talking about.
Okay, so there's a.
Because, yeah, well, it does, because obviously on an evacuation route, it depends on if it is, a fire moving in from, like a coal seam fire, then you're going to be probably exiting down Midland Avenue or crossing Midland at 8th Street and exiting that way. If the fire is encroaching the other direction, then you may be using the 114 roundabout and going to the west. So that's what I'm saying, is that there's a lot of variability on what.
Absolutely, and I understand that. I guess my concern really more, Carl, is, we're approving another development. Can we accommodate that in this town?
Right. And I think that's a question for you guys. I don't think there's a perfect answer.
Okay.
Does the traffic study indicate that the roads can handle it? Yes. Could they always do better? Yes.
So it's part of our kind of deciding on what to do tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Carl, I'm sorry, I'm going to come back to the original question about the traffic improvements. We recently had a discussion about, as I recall, about there's additional units coming on board. How many units were included in that original, that they satisfied all the traffic impacts?
Well, I mean, there's two things. Originally, I would have told you that there were 475 residential units that were accounted for in the development, but because of the Fourth Amendment to the annexation agreement, which I think was done in 2014, it removed that cap. So
they removed the cap?
It removed the cap as to whether or not these units count against the original cap. And so I guess what I would say is that we could take it to court and try to find out what the right interpretation is, and that's the outgrowth of that has been the negotiation of the $30,000 here and the $500 per unit on the BLD application that you'll be hearing in a couple of weeks, I think.
Okay, thanks.
We should put up selfies.
So we're clear, that in October, first meeting of October, we don't have to do this anymore.
Oh, yay.
Good to know.
My question is more along the lines of where are we growing from here? So, when I see a lift station is going to be included and that the developer is going to pay for a percentage of that, what else will that lift station, what other buildings, structures will that continue to support? What other development do we need in order to sustain more of these? Do you want to jump in?
I would just say that, and Matt's in the room too, that Matt and Jen and Hannah, or maybe it's Gretchen, whoever, everybody developed what's the maximum number of units that we could ever conceivably stuff on that site. And is this lift station big enough to handle that? And the answer is yes.
That's the answer I was looking for.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay.
I just see he's moving like avoidance of the talking stick, like it's like it's on fire.
No, oh, I thought you were holding your hand up. Are there any other questions for staff?
Thank you.
Applicant, would you like to speak?
That's fine.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Richard Myers, 3720 Crystal Bridge Drive, Carbondale. Wanted to thank the staff and the council over the last several years for all your hard work. The staff's been terrific to work with. I'm really fairly proud that we're on the fourth and final phase of the lofts. It's not a very big project. It's only 36 units compared to the others, but and we started our efforts about 8 years ago, and at that point, it was extremely difficult to convince anybody in the United States to invest money in housing in Glenwood Springs, and it's amazing to see these other projects that are, kind of coming before the council now. I just never dreamed that would have happened when we first started this 8 years ago, but Hannah's done a great job of explaining the project. The fourth phase is in the rendering there on the right side, and you can see a little bit of the third phase on the left side of the rendering with the terrace, and we even have a fourth floor terrace that's also common area for the residents too. And the phase 3 residents also have use of all these amenities. So, but really, I want to keep it short. You guys had a long evening, and here for any questions, basically.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, can you have the talking stick?
I don't want to touch it.
I'll hold it.
So you mentioned, or the staff mentioned, that suicide lane, the lane where you make a right in your Petco to go. And, you know, are you, with those improvements, do you have any concerns? I mean, if I'm living there in any of these units and I want to head to, you know, west, it's more difficult to make a left, and sometimes people use that for a left. Do you have any concerns about increased traffic at that particular intersection, or by the community center, or even by Lowe's?
Well, I studied the traffic report. That we did a full-blown traffic study, and it was fairly interesting because if going east, if you're going the peak hour from 8 to 9 a.m., if you're going to work east in the morning, and this doesn't, I think this only generates like 8 or 10 trips at peak hour because it's a small project. But anyway, the traffic report had 4 right turns at peak hour at Meadows onto Midland and 4 at Wolfson onto Midland. Well, I think all of us in the room know that if you're at this corner right here in phase 4, you're going to go at Wolfson at Midland because it has the acceleration lane already, and and the time you wait is a little less. Currently, and then the 2 or 3 trips go Wolfson to the west to go to West Glenwood, basically. So there were no turns, there were no peak hour morning trips that turn left, and we only generated 4 additional trips in an entire hour from this project. So it's very few trips at that East Meadows Midland intersection. So, and those 4 turned right.
Thank you.
Bet.
Welcome. Any other questions?
Another question.
As you know, and everybody in the room knows probably, we passed some inclusionary housing ordinances after this development was in process. Is there an opportunity for you to consider adding some of that to this development so that we know that we're accommodating a local population that can't find housing, and make sure that we take care of that? And would you consider any of these units to be some kind of AMI restriction so that we can get some people into housing that they need?
Yeah, thank you. We would consider that. When we were talking to Carl about chipping in some money for the traffic improvements, he mentioned I didn't even realize in the ordinance there was this kind of voluntary program. And I apologize for not knowing that, but he mentioned it, and so we absolutely will take a look at that. And because both on phase 3 and phase 4, we, as you have seen, we're building a fair number of 1-bedroom and studio units. And the reason for that is to, kind of have the dollar amount of rent as low as possible, because I've talked to a lot of our residents over the years, and there's demand for that. And so I think that we could, potentially make that work, and we'll study that and get with the staff and see if we can make that work.
And Carl, have you had those conversations, and there is that potential of moving forward with some of that?
Yeah, there is. It would probably be underneath the voluntary program. And there's certainly, these guys have been willing to have some conversations around what can get done. And I think it's just going to have to see what we can work out. Hopefully, it will be not only loss 4, but loss 3. An opportunity there as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have one more question for you. Let's see. So in the original ADA, I believe there were 475 units that were considered. And you guys have developed, I'm not sure what this gets us up to. Hannah, do you know? Or you probably know, Richard, as far as the total loss right now?
Plus, I think 88 plus 36.
It's like 3 something.
I think it'd be like, it's just right over 300. Oh, let's see. Where's the math? 181 plus 88, 269 plus 36, so 305.
Okay, all right. So, and in that original ADA, and I realize there have been amendments to it over the years, but there were approved to be 300 of those 475 could be apartments, and the rest were supposed to be for sale units. So I'm just curious of you guys in developing the loft, and is there a plan in place to bring some for sale units on? Because it's very clear in our comprehensive plan that we look for diversity of housing. We need a range of costs, but we also want different types of housing, and for sale housing is certainly a need in Glenwood Springs. So
I must admit, I'm not very familiar with the ADA, since that was done by the developer of the whole project. So I don't know the details. I do heard a little bit about this issue this spring, but
If I may, Shelley, so there is a Fourth Amendment to the ADA opened up the commercial to not be underneath the cap, which this is actually being developed in one of the commercial, not one of the residential zone districts. So in the residential zone district, there is 300 more units that can be apartments. And then the next 175, which is those residential zone districts, are sort of everything kind of above Wilsham Road and then out towards the RAPTA facility.
Okay.
So all of those are required to be for sale units if they come online.
okay, but we don't have a timeline on that or
We don't.
anything.
Any other questions? Okay, anything else from the developer? No? Okay.
thank you.
We'll now open this up to public comment. That's shocking. That's shocking. All right, I'll bring it back to council for a motion for further discussion. If you have the talking stick, you can.
I look forward to not having this. Your Honor, Mr. Mayor, at this time, Your Honor, I would like to make a motion, it's late, to approve item 16, planning file 5820, consideration of a major site architectural plan review for the construction of a 38-unit multi-family building at the Meadows.
The findings and conditions
With the-
noted in the staff report.
With the findings and conditions as noted in the staff report. Do I have a third? No.
The comments?
I think the loft development has brought a lot of availability of housing to our areas, but I am concerned about our opportunities to define growth that also incorporates opportunities for more affordable housing. I think that's been a big discussion this morning and earlier this evening, and I am concerned that we're going to approve another development. We don't have evacuation plans in place yet. We are hearing concerns from our community about asking the council to work towards a comprehensive plan before we continue to approve developments. And this is the 7th building of what was going to be a 6-building unit. So at this time, I feel like we need to slow down and put a comprehensive plan in place and figure out where we're going with this community as a council and kind of look at our future on what we want for this town. So I think this is a great development. It looks good, but I'm concerned that we're not kind of taking care of the future of Glenwood without first starting to look at a comprehensive plan and deciding where to go with that. And we're not addressing issues like diversity of housing. We're not taking care of affordable for sale housing. And we have an extensive amount of apartment developments now, small apartments, not even really a huge amount of apartments for small families. You know, where does a small family go? Even in a 2-bedroom apartment here in this town with 2 incomes from both parents, who one of them has to sometimes walk because they can only have 1.5 parking places. And we're really not kind of looking realistically at what families are dealing with, what individuals are dealing with. If it's a studio apartment and it's 1 income, can they afford to do that? I mean, I really think it's time for us as a council to look at, if we're going to grow, which we are going to do, but how are we going to take care of that so that we're taking care of our community? So at this time, I'm not going to be able to support this development until we answer some of those questions.
You know, Paul, I share your concern, and, you know, frankly, you know, my inclination is to vote against this as well. You know, the other thing that concerns me is, you know, we added the affordable housing guidelines, and this application came in 2 days before the effective date of that. And while I appreciate your willingness to consider the voluntary nature of affordable housing, your application time of filing, given knowing what was pending and coming into effect, bothers me. Having said that, I'm bound as a council member, if it meets the conditions, to vote for it. So I'm going to vote for it, but I'm not happy about it. I just want you to be aware of that. I think I understand what you're doing and what you're doing. You're a businessman and that, but I hope you will strongly consider those voluntary guidelines and do something about affordable housing. I really think that's important. You put a lot of units in this community, and you have a right to make a profit. I hope you consider the people that live in this community in the housing. I will vote for this, but reluctantly.
And I, respectfully too, I will echo everything that Councilor Willman just said. I agree with him. But I have to go one step further and just say that, you know, I do believe the lofts are filling a need in the community. We have a need for apartments, but it is one type of apartment. And for that reason, I think so far the Meadows is not diverse. It's giving us, you know, loft type apartments. They're very high priced. They're getting smaller, yet the price is going up. And I appreciate you're trying to hit an affordability mark, but you're also asking people to live in a very small space. So along those lines, I do not see additional loft apartments that continue to follow the same mold as being in line with our comprehensive plan. I do not believe it meets the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan specifically calls out providing housing opportunities for people of all income groups, which this is not doing. And again, also providing housing which is diverse and serving a wide variety of income levels, but also a diversity of types of housing as far as I would be looking for sale housing specifically as part of these developments going forward. So for that reason, I do not feel that this is in compliance with our comprehensive vote for this tonight. I'm sorry.
You didn't touch it that time.
Thank you.
Turn it off? Okay. I share so many of the same sentiments with them. However, in this application, I think that this location seems to really afford and allow density. It provides a type of housing product, and kudos for you guys that you're getting them built. We have a lot of projects in the area that have been approved, but haven't even broken ground. one of the main tenets of microeconomics is supply demand drops the value or the cost, right? And so by you guys providing more, you guys are taking a bit of a risk because the more stock out there, there may come the point where, blessedly so, the rental rates drop a little bit. And being such a large shareholder of rental units, you have that risk on you guys. And so for me, I see that it's, you know, it's a good use of that area. I think that you have a history now of providing what you have agreed upon. I would love to see you guys take advantage of the affordable housing properties. And if you can do that, that would be great, but I can get behind this one. And I, you know, thank you for finishing the things that you guys have started. Sorry.
You have to touch it.
Don't touch it.
Well, it's weird, you know, I've been trained not to touch doorknobs or
Yeah.
handrails, and pass this back and forth.
I think, you know, Charlie, to your comments that whether he got in 2 days, 2 months, or 2 years before we initiated it, he played by the rules, and the rules that we set out. You know, Mr. Meyer came to the community, and this is Shelley and I's very first council meeting together in 2017, and said, here's what I want to do, and we busted the hell out of your chops. But you were willing to take a risk at that time when no one else was building any inventory in this community. And I look back now, and yes, we have all these potential opportunities before us, and we kind of take it for granted that in 2016, 2015, no one was knocking at our door trying to give us any inventory. Nothing had been built. So, you know, I'm very supportive of that. However, to your point, Shelley, I don't think this provides a diversity of housing. I don't think it follows our comp plan. I think diversity of housing is diversity of income, diversity of for sale units, townhomes, the missing middle, all the things that our study outlines. But particularly when it doesn't address the comp plans of income groups, which are spelled out, I think that's tough to get around. And so if this is denied based on those grounds, which are grounds for denial, I would hope the applicant would come back with a new plan that would now incorporate the 10% affordable housing that would then be required. So for that reason, based on those technical grounds, I'm going to not vote for this motion. Any other comments? Okay, Ryan, let's call the question.
Okay, Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Gerdes.
Yep.
Mayor Pro Tem Wellman.
Yes.
Councilor Stepp.
No.
Councilor Cow.
No.
Councilor Russo.
Yes.
Councilor Hershey. You've been first twice.
Well, I made the motion, yes, thank you.
And it passes 4-3.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Mr. Green.
All right. I think we are back on.
No other question.
No other. Back to the fun stuff.
He wants to comment on 11, 13.
No, you didn't get to. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Hannah.
Thank you, Hannah. Sorry.
Thanks, Hannah.
Okay. So,
I guess, Mr. Mayor, on this one, I would ask kind of what you would like from staff. At the work session we had a little over a week ago, we had a discussion and a presentation regarding some of the expenses related to the airport, about $1 million in needed improvements that are kind of on the closer to the must-have list to bring it up to standards, and then on some future expenses as far as expansion of facilities at the airport, as well as the costs associated with the South Bridge Tunnel that's necessary to keep the runway length in its current configuration. So from that standpoint, I know you guys are all familiar with it. We can do a presentation on the necessity of those costs. We can have Steve Boyd talk about the mill numbers if you want to talk about those, or you can have a conversation about whether you want to put this on the ballot at all.
Oh, go ahead, Tony.
Mr. Mayor, it's possible people have been very patient in the time. We maybe can public comment first?
I think we've all heard a lot of the presentation. I do have some questions, but
Yeah, no, and that's why I was saying, I think whatever you guys would like, where I was going with that is whatever you guys would like to do.
Arch,
No, Steve.
Wilson.
I forgot his name. No, Steve Boyd.
Oh.
We're very thorough last time.
Yeah. Is that okay with council if we just open it straight to public comment and then have questions or comments after that?
Yeah.
Guys, Charlie, you okay with that? Okay.
And just for clarity, this is talking about a mill levy and debt issuance question for the airport.
Yes.
So property tax to support the airport.
All right, Jeff Hookham. Jeff?
Olive.
Okay.
So.
And Alan Allen.
And then you do have somebody online too.
Thank you.
Alan Arnold. I live at 1675 County Road 154, which is in the city of Glenwood Springs. And I've been one of your tenants at the airport for just about 35 years, and I'm currently on the airport board. After a couple decades of trying to get a master plan, I'm glad you guys could knock it out here in the last couple weeks. If you could have brought this up to the airport board even 2 weeks ago, I could have saved you a few $1 million by pointing out a few things that are already in place. If you could refer back to Amy Helms' presentation to the board of October 2020, you can find in there something that can save you $2.5 million on an FBO, Classic Air Medical, had volunteered at that time. If they could build a hangar for them, that they would provide an FBO for us, and that's documented in that packet. And they've also brought up later that they need fuel, so that they would provide Jet A half of a fuel farm. So that saves you, by what you have on your paper here, $2.75 million. New city-owned hangars, we could save $2.4 million there and keep you guys out of the landlord business and development business. In that same packet by Amy, there is a paragraph in there that says we have about 30 people that are waiting to build hangars. So you could act on that and not have to lay out that money at all. Covered and powered tie downs, I think if you bring that up, you will find people that will put private money in it, playing on the same things that Jonathan brought up in affordable housing, where it's often advantageous to partner with the private sector to further a project along. A Bobcat or maintenance inspection vehicle, it's directly right next door to city streets. I'm sure they could run over with a Bobcat if they needed it. Picnic ground improvements. I'm glad that you finally approved that. That's kind of been something that was looked down upon, as do we want people camping on the airport, or is that going to invite transients? So if you add all this up, go back to look at Amy's proposal, I think we get what the airport actually needs out of this, and not that's directly related to the tunnel. We're down to under $1 million. So we only need $1 million to make it quite deluxe. Do you really need to put this up as a tax issue? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rippey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Greg Rippey, 213 Creekside Court, Glenwood Springs. I share with Alan that we were surprised about this wish list. The good thing was the city was saying, let's make improvements to the airport. but you've given us a Range Rover when all we really need is a Corolla. I listened to Councilor Davis at the work session say that, you know, he couldn't support this kind of $4 million burden on his commercial properties and private property. And I agree 100% with you, Mr. Davis. This is not the airport users thinking this is what they need. This is staff saying if we want to have a top-notch, this may be what it takes. But there's a lot of things in there that I could disabuse you of that airport needs at all, such as in the proposal that you heard, runway lights for low visibility. Well, it's a daytime airport only, so you don't need runway lights for night. It's a VFR airport. The regs require that you have 3 miles worth of visibility. What are runway lights going to help you? They're going to get in the way of your plowing is what they're going to do. But it also includes in there, it was $6 million, then it went down to $4.7 million for paying for the tunnel. In 2013, there were 36 alternatives viewed by council and the committee. This is the one that was selected. And it wasn't selected saying, we're going to put a tunnel under the runway if the airport pays for it or if somebody else pays for it. They said out of 36, this was the most reasonable one. There was another one, 16, that goes around the south end of the runway. That was eliminated because maybe people would want to go through Park East. Ridiculous. So that tunnel is not an airport issue. That is a South Bridge issue. And I know we didn't get the BRIC grant that we were looking for FEMA. So out of the $57 million that is somewhere around the current tab right now, we've got 20 from A&I. And when A&I was passed, South Bridge was a big part of it. And it was 20 million out of the 30 million of the bonding authority that they set. And South Bridge was part of it. Not South Bridge less the tunnel. So we've got to keep our word. This has been brought up since 2013 looking at this. And now since funds are tight and we're short, I support the South Bridge. I can't support a resolution to tax the people of Glenwood Springs for something we don't need.
Greg? Joel, shoot.
Good evening. I'm Joel Shute, 111 2nd Street, Glenwood Springs. I'm on the airport board. I do own parts of 2 airplanes out there, so I do care quite a bit. I'm concerned about this. Being on the airport board, I didn't hear about this mill levy till Tuesday. We had a meeting last Thursday. You think someone would have brought it up or even mentioned it? I know you guys have been working on this master plan for a while. Appreciate it. My sentiments are with Alan and Greg over here, and I agree with everything they say. My concern is that attaching the tunnel project with capital costs of the airport, you guys already approved a tunnel with the bridge, and if you put this to a ballot issue, you're basically asking the people to approve or disapprove something that you guys already approved and agreed to build with the bridge. It should be attached to the bridge, not the capital cost of the airport. We don't need that much money for the capital cost of the airport. I mean, we have the enterprise fund. It's not everything. We could use a little bit more money for some improvements, but like these guys said, like we have a lot of private people that want to spend money out there. So you guys don't have to spend all the money and own everything. But yeah, I'm just concerned that this is a reaction to maybe some other ballot issues that have come up lately, and it's rushed. And like I said, not knowing about it until Tuesday as a board member seems like you're kind of sneaking stuff through. And yeah, that's about all I have to say. So thank you.
Thanks, Joel.
Thanks, Joe.
Anybody else from public? All right, so now we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council.
No, you've got somebody on Zoom.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Ricky.
oh, I have more than a person on Zoom.
2 people?
I have 4 people.
Okay.
Richard Bach. Richard Bach.
Bach. Bach.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me, right?
Yes.
Yes, good. Hi, Richard Bach, 3650 Highway 82, Glenwood Springs. I'm also on the commission. I was also a bit taken aback that the commission was not consulted at all, or at least asked for our advice about this issue, and especially on the amounts on the agenda. I did a quick agenda review of the proposal budget and taxes. The budget and ballot items that are going to be considered should have been predicated on a master plan that we've been asking for many, many years now. Without a master plan, this is just a guess. And we don't want to guess on this. I think we should know exactly what we're doing. The Airport Commission has continually requested for this airport master plan for more than a decade. Glenwood Springs Airport has many functions, as you guys know: Flight for Life, firefighting, tourism. It also has a housing component that is understated. I encourage the council and the city employees to continue to approve the airport, but a well-defined path is essential. A couple of points: the airport's been around for 90 years total, and in its current location for more than 70. It's self-sustaining. It does not rely on city taxes. Again, going back to the tunnel location design was set many years ago by an EIA and a committee. Good or bad, that's what we got. And that wasn't tied into, the airport. I would suggest that a simple, inexpensive master plan to be completed first, so that we can identify where things go, the specific costs, and the needs of the airport.
Hey, Richard.
Yes.
Can you hold on just a moment for me? We lost you in the room.
Oh, where'd you lose me? Do you know?
Just a moment ago. All right, stand by. Oh, you're back.
So I don't know where I got lost, but did I get to a couple of points? The Glenwood Airport's been there for 90 years. Did you hear that part?
Yep.
Okay. So I was just summing it up. I would suggest that a simple, inexpensive master plan be completed so that we can identify where the buildings need to go, what we're going to do, exactly how money would be spent immediately and in the future, and keeping in mind this is an enterprise fund airport. So we need some money, but as Alan went through, and I think everybody else, Alan did a great job. We don't need anywhere near that amount. It's a minuscule amount. And we've been pretty good at raising funds on our own too. And with that, I think my time is up. I don't know where I got cut off, so hopefully made sense.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Richard.
Thanks, Richard.
Okay. And thank everybody for being on the town council. I always thank you guys. That's a tough job, and I know we're always throwing tough items at you, but I really think that this is really overdone. I mean, this budget was a good intention by the staff to try to make it the best airport in the Rockies, and that really we're going to have a hell of an airport at $2.4 million for an FBO. Thank you.
Hey, Richard. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah. Oh, and one more thing.
So he got a little short change, Rick.
He did. Go ahead, Mr. Vick.
He doesn't know.
Okay, Sean Thomas.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd like you to look at slide 259 in your packet. It's a spreadsheet that staff put together, and I reviewed it today, and I guess I was surprised after they went to all the trouble to put together a budget for $6.6 million, that that's not what they put in their spreadsheet to fund. What they put in the spreadsheet to fund was $7 million, 5.5 for the tunnel, which, as you've heard from other presentees, has no business being there, and 1.5 for the airport. But I kept digging a little bit. The airport is self-funding, so it doesn't need any perpetual support from a mill levy. And according to Mr. Boyd, he can make debt service payments on his $7 million borrowing of about $495,000 per year. Now, before somebody says, gee, that's a lot to get our head around, it's just like a mortgage. It's really pretty simple. And what I'd like to ask then is why on slide 264 are we raising $1.2 million annually via the mill levy to pay $495,000 worth of debt? I didn't hear any answers because I don't have a good reason for it either. You don't have enough data to vote on this because your numbers don't make any sense. The projections that you've been supplied with do not reflect the budget which staff generated, which you've just heard from the Airport Commission they don't need. And it does include a building of a tunnel, and which is not the responsibility of the airport. And you're raising way more mill than you need. If you need to do 4 mills to get 1.2 million, you need less than half of that to do 495,000. And you need nothing essentially in order to cover the pittance of capital projects that the airport board has on its plate. It kind of ignores the fact overall that you're $30 to $40 million short on this project. I have to say that you are so far out over the tips of your skis on this financing that I think you're going to have the biggest political faceplant that the city has ever seen. If you were in private practice and went down the road of getting this far down a project and having your financing so blue sky, I don't think you'd be in the job if you were in the private sector. I've got a lot more to say, but my time is up and I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
All right, Sean Thomas.
Can you hear me now?
All the time, way bigger.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sean Thomas, 1305 Bennett, Glenwood Springs. I serve as an alternate on the Airport Commission, and I wanted to point out the letter that was submitted to you guys from Dave Merritt, who's unavailable tonight. He's camping. And the point is, I'll quote, other than a cursory discussion of a long-term capital plan, the Airport Commission has had no discussion on this proposal, and certainly no discussion on placing this as a tax and bond issue for a vote. I've sat in those meetings. You guys crammed this in without our knowledge, and I think that's really unethical. I don't know what your motive is, and I won't guess at that, but the points made by the previous board members and Greg Rippey, you guys have a wish list with numbers that I would love to know where you came up with. And I'm trying to pull those numbers up now. We talked about 2.5 million for a FBO, a new fuel farm of $450,000. In particularly, one catches me off guard. It's $150,000 that you're throwing in there for seal coat. And I want an answer. Where did you come up with these numbers? Because they're skewed. The $150,000 number for seal coat I can tell you, is a $30,000 number at best. So knowing that, I cannot believe any one of these numbers that you have on this staff report dated September 2nd, 2021, are accurate. And I would like an explanation where you came up with those numbers and how you can propose this tax that you're proposing. It's just absolutely unneeded. Lights for a daytime runway. I could go on and on and on. So I'd like an explanation on that, and that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Story.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. As a representative for the state of Colorado and the Colorado Division of Aeronautics, I just wanted to, chime in and let you know that looking at the proposed resolution 2021-22 in the Exhibit A, it mentions that the taxes will be increased by $7 million each year annually. So I think there's a fault or a typo in that resolution, even though may not be pursuing it tonight. But I would suggest that you might correct that typo, because I don't believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that you intend to increase the mill levy by $7 million a year annually, unless there was an updated packet sent out. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Scott. Any other people, either online or in the audience, care to comment? All right, seeing none, we'll now close the item to public comment and bring it back to council for a motion and/or further conversation. Yes, Tony.
Comment, not a motion.
Yeah, we have comments. We have we did kind of skip ahead. So if we have questions.
Well, I don't have any questions. I do have a question for that gentleman who said that we crammed this down people's throats. I didn't hear about this until when I was in a meeting and Mr. Rippey was there last Tuesday. So I was as surprised as anyone else. And, sometimes it's easy to be a cynic and especially when you're a politician or you're working as an attorney. But, frankly, I look at this as a poison pill designed to kill the airport. I like Greg Rippey. He's a nice guy. I like your father, but I'm not paying for his airplane. Okay. And my mother's not paying for it either. And, I can't think of something that the voters of this community would vote. I think it'd be 90%. I'm going to increase the sales tax in my community so people can fly planes in, and whatever the real argument is. And, Dave Merritt has good arguments about the other uses for the airport and the helicopters and water. That's not what this is about. The best little airport in the state. I heard from people at that work session. Give me a break. This is not what this is about. I didn't really say this for the last two taxes that, frankly, we're not putting on the ballot, but this, I just can't think of worse timing that this council keeps going back and saying, we can't afford it, so we're going to ask the voters to give us more money. We just had a pandemic. Then we had a fire. Then the fire caused landslides that destroy or that keep closing I-70 every time it rains now. The voters are not in the mood, and I would warn my friends at the school district too, to continue to increase taxes. Greg, you saw this when you were in the State House. At some point, the voters say no more, thank you very much. And I just think this is a bad idea. The timing is bad, and I will not support this putting this on the ballot because frankly, and I don't like to say this, but I think the reasons behind it are disingenuous. We have enough money now to do the little things, and you heard from members of the board that we need to do, and frankly, we don't need to increase the sales tax to do it. And if we do put it on the ballot, again, I'm not Nostradamus, but I'm convinced it will fail. Thank you.
I just have a couple questions.
Oh, you have questions?
No, I have a comment.
Okay. Well, I guess one of my questions, Brian, if you could, or Terry, Could you speak a little bit to some of these expenses? Because, you know, $2.5 million for an FBO that we've been, I don't know if that's a contract offer that Classic Air Medical, but in some of these security and safety things, I mean, obviously there is low light conditions in daylight, but, you know, can you speak to how we arrived at some of these costs that are being questioned?
Yeah, do you want me to just go down?
Yeah, just go through it, yeah.
Radios, Unicom, and New Weather Station, we got that from vendors. We were looking at that earlier this year.
Brian, can you speak up just a little bit? I'm sorry.
Hear me all right? We had SNS give us quotes for the square foot price for the facilities. That's based off of a proposal, I think 5,000 square foot FBO that also includes a second story with office space and storage. And, you know, I'll speak to, you know, some of the comments that the commissioners gave. You know, these are numbers to get these facilities done. Yes, I absolutely agree that there are a lot of different things that we can do, alternative revenue sources and cost efficiency, having the airport users assist with construction of some of these partnerships with Classic Air and other suggestions and recommendations that were given tonight. These numbers are what we were asked to provide estimates for. The final cost of these, you know, it kind of depends on how we do them, but this is what council asked. For the runway, that was provided by our airport manager, who did a similar seal coat at the Telluride Airport just last year. $135,000 each for the powered hangars. As far as the runway lights, there's a recommendation for low light conditions. Yeah, we do not operate in the evening normally. We do have evening operations, whether we allow it or not, it does happen. We do have low light conditions now and then. That is an optional safety feature, but that was included in the list. The main items that we want to make sure are taken care of are the radios, Unicom system, weather station, the new fuel farm, which needs to be done for compliance. We need to look at perimeter fencing to keep both four-legged and two-legged animals off of the runway. Looking at grading around the taxiways and the runway, and then continual 3 to 4 year seal coating of and new paint striping of the runway as well. These other items are for financial feasibility for the airport to go in the future, providing about $120,000 of additional revenue. We can get about an additional $50,000 in fee increases, and we could provide another $120,000 with additional hangars. A couple different ways we could do that. These prices are based off if the city builds the hangars, we're able to charge for additional lease fees for those. We can also have people build private hangars and do ground leases. That is a lower revenue cost to the city to do that, but it's obviously a lower upfront construction cost to go that route as well. Any other questions?
Bill, have any questions about the cost?
If I could follow up on that just a little bit, having worked with a number of airports, I think, you know, philosophically, I think you're hearing two things from the airport user group. You're talking about, you know, really maintaining kind of their facilities for their uses. And I think the staff proposal is taking a look at this asset from the city standpoint and how do you make it more than it is for a larger user group, hopefully significantly increase the number of operations. You know, I think that's, I mean, you're talking about transitioning from sort of a local, very small group of people who use it on a regular basis to try to, you know, you're going to make far more money In the long run, if you own the hangars, if you own the tie downs, if you own the covered spots, and have more control over a public facility, the downside oftentimes to things like ground leases are it's typically on a 20-year so that you can finance for these guys. You've suddenly locked your public, your airport into a certain user group and a certain style of use that maybe isn't what you necessarily want. And so it provides that flexibility if you are the hangar owners, as opposed to doing ground leases. Just nuances like that really what you're talking about, because every time you public-private partner, you're really talking about long-term investments, and so you have to be super comfortable with that's the way your airport's going to be for the next 20 years. So I think that's a little bit of the nuance difference there in how you approach those costs and why you would.
Yeah, but Charlie was first, I'm sorry.
I have a comment, so if you have questions.
Yeah, we can have questions first.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you. Pearl, can you address incorporating the tunnel cost into this? What do we?
So the EA was about location. It didn't identify funding sources. So just like you're looking at every other funding source, I mean, I think it's your call as to how you try to put those funding pieces together. I mean, that's what you get elected to do. Because it wasn't like the EA said that there would be X number of millions coming from this source and that source, and that's why we're looking for grants, why we included the bonding capacity in ANI. I think you're going to need to look at every source you can to find a way to fund it. So the EA was about location and environmental impacts. It wasn't about funding.
I'm not sure if it's you that should answer this question or Deborah, but I'm not sure who answers this actually. But when the council agreed that we would move forward and continue with the tunnel design, did that approval by council include the fact that if we could find the funding for the tunnel, that something along the lines that we would need to find the funding for the tunnel to make that a viable?
I don't think anybody's memory will be 100% perfect just off the top of our head. What I thought our direction was from council was, keep in the tunnel, we're moving forward. But if we can't figure out a way to fund it, it will have to be borne by the airport. Like, if a magical $60 million fell from the sky, we'll make it work.
Okay. I mean, we can bring up the video, but I think that was my memory as well in that March meeting, and I think we all said that. It's really big.
And I made the motion, and I don't remember if it was specifically in the motion. There was the discussion about if we are working on our funding for Southbridge, and we're getting there, but we have that gap and we can't fund the tunnel, that's something that has to go to the voters. How do we pay for that?
And my last question is really, Brian, I appreciate all the numbers that you gave us, but the bottom line is funding the tunnel and the improvements that have to be done is we need to find at least $6.2 million. Is that correct?
So, I mean, if you look at the sheet, we have $6.5 million of improvements. Granted, we had to pull these numbers together pretty quickly to provide to council, so they're rough estimates, but they are rough estimates given by contractors. We are trying to be conservative with those, so they're probably on the higher range. However, if you look at the bonding capacity, we're only talking about $1.5 million that would go towards airport improvements out of $6.5 million that are suggested. So obviously that already suggests that we're going to have to look at ways to be creative in financing those and partnering and finding different ways to do that beyond just what can be bonded for out of this, right?
Okay, thank you.
Questions? Now we're on to comments.
And I voted against going forward with the tunnel design because I didn't see how we're going to pay for what then was projected to be a $5 or $6 million cost for the tunnel. what I see here in the numbers that Terry's given us as the plans are developed, it looks like we're at $5.5 million for tunnel and related improvements related to the airport if we put the tunnel in. And this is the reason I didn't support going forward with the tunnel. I don't believe in, I guess I look at it as a turnout of the people here tonight. I get more emails and phone calls and things leading up to, let's keep the airport, it's a great airport. But I don't see all those people here saying, hey, yeah, that's great, let's keep the airport, and we're willing to pay $5.5 million to keep the airport. I can't go in good conscience to the community and say, we're going to find this money, whether we have to borrow it or how we have to do it, in order to keep an airport that doesn't have that many users. I don't think the delicate way to put it. And some of these people who use this airport, I consider to be professional friends and good members of the community, but I just can't support that kind of a funding. If the voters say, hey, we will tax ourselves $5.5 million to put this tunnel under the airport, I'll do it. But otherwise, I do think it's directly impacted with the airport because we don't have to spend the money if we don't keep the airport. So how do we take that to the voters and get that answer? This is a way to do that. And then on top of that is another $755,000, which I see as being liability for the city, which is the fuel farm, which is, as I understand, not in compliance, the radios, which is a safety issue, and the perimeter fencing, which is a safety issue. That's another $755,000. So now we're at $6.2 million. When when I failed to stop this, and say we don't build the tunnel several months ago, I talked to a couple of people about this. Mr. Vick, who talked here earlier, and I said, find me the money. If you give me this money, I'm happy to keep the airport. This is not me against the airport. It's me against saying, I'm here as a fiduciary for the citizens of this community, and I can't convince myself to tell them to spend this money. Now, if we had gotten the brick grant, was it brick grant? I always forget if I have the name. Or if we get funding in the future, then great. It's like Deborah, somebody said a minute ago, if we get the $60 million you need to build this bridge from grants, then I have no problem with keeping the airport. I think it's a facility that's used, seems to be liked by the community, as long as it doesn't cost them any money. That's the problem I'm having here. I tend to agree, Greg, with some stuff you said. I don't think we need to do the FBO, although it is a safety issue, and how do we deal with that? But maybe we can work some with Classic Air Medical and work on those issues. Some of these other improvements I think we could do as well. But I see $6.2 million if we're going to get Southbridge, which is a safety issue for this entire community. It's a matter of how we get people out of this community if we have a wildfire. And I think we have to get doing this as quick as we can. And if the community's not willing to do that, and then the community has to tell us, do we keep the airport and how do we fund it? And this is the only way I see to fund it, is to have a mill levy, because I don't think we can get a sales tax to do that. So I would support taking a 6.2 in that range. Numbers aren't exact, but some kind of mill levy of that level to the citizens that if you want the airport, then vote for this. If not, then we have to decide whether to keep the airport or not. That's what the cost is of having this airport.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, this question.
Just a question of Charlie.
Oh, yeah.
Why are you conflating the bridge issue? Obviously, if we're not gonna, keep the airport, then you don't need the tunnel. But why are you conflating, or explain to me how you connect the tunnel issue with this question?
What question?
The tax question that we're talking about.
What's the only way to pay for it?
The only way to pay for these improvements, right?
The $755,000 safety in the tunnel, yeah. Is a mill levy. That's what I say. I don't know, unless you have some of the funding source.
Right.
Nobody from the airport committee or the commission has come to us and said, hey, we've been looking at this, another way we can raise money to help defer the cost of this tunnel so we can keep our airport. I don't see anybody coming forward with that.
I understand.
So that's my concern. I don't like doing this. This is not something I enjoy doing.
Can I clarify one thing also? When you say, keep the airport, don't keep the airport, I think in my mind, it's not about keeping the airport. We can keep the airport and keep the Classic Air Medical operations and the helicopter operations. We're talking about the length of the runway.
That's correct. I'm sorry. Good question.
Right?
Yeah, because I
We're talking about fixed wing flights, not the airport in general. This is not a question about
because
that.
We talked about moving the airport, the runway even further to north, and I understand they may not be, I don't know if we ever got a study, I don't think we went that far because that didn't get approved, but whether we could do that or not, and that's another way to keep the length and keep the fixed wing aircraft there. But no, I agree. I think we can certainly provide, helicopter service. I think that's critical both for fire protection and for the medical part of the needs of the community without the tunnel.
Without experience costs, the cost for the tunnel.
Correct.
In,
Thank
the,
you.
in some of these others.
Thank you for clarifying.
Can I ask another question though? So I did find the motion, the minutes from our April meeting, and the motion was basically that to take the preferred design, including the tunnel, to 100% design, and at the same time pursue partners, grants, and other available funding sources, which we did through the, and which we will continue to do to get Southbridge built. So my question is if we were to put something like this on the ballot and it did pass to where people say, yes, we're willing to fund this and bond ourselves for this, if we were able to get a grant to cover the whole cost of Southbridge, would we be able to,
Including the tunnel?
Yeah.
including the tunnel, would we be able to not implement that?
Absolutely. Yeah, there's several things you can do with the property tax. I mean, one, the bonding authority is just authority, right? Like that doesn't mean that you have to go borrow the money, which is a starting point. Tabor just requires that if we're going to do that, we have to ask the question. But as far as the mill levy goes, you could either permanently or temporarily reduce the mill levy level to whatever you wanted to reduce it to. You can't raise taxes, you can always lower them. So that's always within your discretion as council.
Okay, so we have that option. But to me, and I wanted to clarify, if I were to consider supporting this or putting a language on, to me, it's all about getting Southbridge built. It's all about funding the tunnel. And you can say it's not an airport issue, it's a Southbridge issue. However, the design of Southbridge was the most efficient design and the best location that could be found out of those 34 options that were evaluated in the EA. And, but at the same time, so now we've come this far. We have a design, we have the best design that was selected as the preferred alternative, but we have to figure out how to pay for it. And that $6 million or approximately for the tunnel is a very hard thing to ask as city council for us to say, we're going to take that out of our general fund or out of our A&I fund or out of our street fund and use that on an airport runway, which, as Charlie mentioned, with all due respect, has a very limited use and serves a very limited portion of our population. So I have to take that into consideration to be financially responsible to all of our residents in town. And it's a hard thing to consider, and to me, the best thing to do is put it to the voters.
One more question too before you comment.
Yeah.
You mean the magic box, the talking stick?
COVID box.
The COVID box. Carl, this question is for you. The way the ballot language is proposed, I got to wake up my computer again. Right off the top of my head, the way the language is proposed, can we change that in any way to reflect that what we need is at least 6.2 million? Are we going for the higher mill levy to give us that expanded view that we could bring back down?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm going to ask Steve to help me out here on numbers. So
It is down to 4.7.
Well, I'm also including the additional things that really need to be fixed for our for safety, which is another 5.4 plus 7.
Anyway, I guess that's what I'm going to have to ask Steve to help with the numbers, because I draft language, I don't do numbers. It is proposed at a maximum increase of $1.2 million a year based on 4 mills. And then bonding capacity, which there again, it's round numbers. Doesn't mean that you have to issue the debt, is 10 million with a maximum repayment of 17 million, which is just giving some buffer room in there, obviously. And there again, it's on the debt questions, it's just authorization and what you can issue that debt for. So, like I said, I don't know.
Yeah, that was actually pretty good, Carl.
Yeah, so, but I mean, I think as far as there's, you know, what the questions on, like how that plays through when you're looking at, see, then I can't see Steve. How it rolls through when you're providing debt service as well as operational needs. You know, you factored in some user fees, all that kind of stuff as well. So I guess I just need help walking through what all those numbers are.
Sure. So the mill levy at 4 mills would raise roughly $1 million a year. We put $1.2 million in to give us a little bit of room. So if that generates $1 million a year, we would use about half of that as debt service to bond. In this scenario, we've got $7 million. We've got $7 million. Then we could do the tunnel and some of the more critical kinds of capital needs that we've got right away. And then in the spreadsheet that we've got, we put $100,000 a year in capital improvements every year because we know we're just going to have kind of general stuff. And then we have a line down at the bottom that kind of piles up the cash on top of that. So that cash would have to be used along the way for capital improvements. We just don't know how much in it.
And those capital improvements are based on the list that we have with the new FBO and that type of stuff. And if we looked at those capital improvements and said, you know, there's other funding opportunities for those, does that change the amount of mill levy we need to not be $100,000 a year, but to possibly be, I'm throwing numbers out, 25,000, 50,000, whatever. I just want a sense of, is the 4 mill, can we adjust the 4 mill?
Yeah, absolutely. There again, you can always do either a temporary or permanent reduction in the mill. You can't make it go up though.
Right, without another Tabor vote.
Without another
vote, sorry.
Yeah, so that 4 mills, you might temporarily reduce it to 1.7 or 1.1, whatever the needs of at the time were. You absolutely can do that.
Right.
And in fact, a lot of organizations that I work with do that on a regular basis, depending on what's going on and, you know, where they're operationally really need to be. They will do a temporary reduction on an annual basis. They look at it every year, a temporary reduction in their mill levy.
And how difficult is that to explain to the public?
What's that?
How difficult would that be to explain?
Well, I mean, I think that, I think it's, you know, it's always difficult to explain I mean, I think any tax question is difficult to explain to the public. I think that, you know, I think what you can say is that 4 mills is the maximum, obviously, and that you're committed to the idea that you would do a temporary reduction on that to the extent that you didn't need, you know, that higher rate. The difficulty with that is we don't know what that reduction might be. I mean, we have to, when we look at this, these are reasonable costs. We have a fairly good idea what's behind them. And we know that we're going to need to address debt service. And that's, you know, likely at the rates that we're seeing today is going to be about $500,000, $500,000 annually to address that debt service. You know, the good news is that if a mill levy passed, we'd probably have a year or so to build up some cash reserves before we issued that debt, which is always a nice thing because then you're not capitalizing interest while you're doing the work. You have the ability to pay it, which over the long term saves the taxpayer money. So there's some flexibility built into this.
Okay, so when I look at these two ballot issue proposals, it doesn't say a maximum of 4 mills.
It actually does. Well, it says 4 mills because it's kind of implied. There's a way I have to ask the question that it says.
And you are the lawyer, so you would understand.
Well, it just says that imposed annually at the rate of 4 mills. And I have to describe exactly what the rate will be and what the amount the taxes will be increased, which, you know, we take an estimate based on property taxes that we know now. It should be about $1 million. we always put in a little bit of a fudge factor. So those are the maximum numbers that we can raise.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah.
Time for you, Thomas. I think that, I agree. I think this tunnel is absolutely an airport cost, because if we didn't have the runway, I need to say runway because, I don't think anybody up here is ever talking about getting rid of a helicopter operations center for this community that serves Classic Air Medical and our firefighting wildland firefighters. In fact, I would suggest that if we do put this on the ballot, that we include language in the ballot language. It says that if we are able to, with Tabor, to include the fact that this, regardless of the passage of this, we will always have a helicopter operations center. I don't know how we do that.
But I think you have to put it on as a separate chart.
Okay.
Like, that's why you have those choices in the next thing.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know. It's very hard to tie anything other than revenue and projects to a Tabor question without it getting pretty muddled.
That's fine. Okay. I think Ms. Ripley's made a comment. We're asking for a Range Rover when we need is a Volvo, but what we have is a Volvo that is Corolla. I say, they're not Prius. It's a 20-year-old Prius. I think the problem is if you have a 2005 Prius that has body damage and is beat up and is broken down all the time, that's not consistent with what Glenwood Springs is. We don't need to be Aspen level, but I think we aspire to have all of our public-facing amenities, which this airport is, be of a certain standard. We would never have our rec center fall into disrepair. We would never have, we didn't construct our rec center just bare bones. It has a hockey rink. It has a pool. Those are the amenities that people expect in a rec center. We wouldn't allow for, I think we really need to contemplate, obviously the tunnel, the safety improvements, the security of a fence to keep that out, weed control. I think we need lights because it does get foggy and there is low light conditions in the daylight. So I think we need to contemplate those things. But I also think we need hangars. I think we need that revenue. And it's not because we're trying to tack stuff onto the tunnel. I think we need to ask the community, do they want to support the long-term viability of this runway? And part of the cost of a runway is addressing the future revenue needs and owning hangars for the city, not just land leasing for a couple $100 a month, but actually owning the hangars and getting significant revenue will ensure the future viability of the airport for the next 20, 40 years. So I think we do ourselves a disservice when we start to talk about the hypothetical offer that Classic Air Medical made of an FBO, because that was not in writing. They didn't come with a check. I don't want to start value engineering everything down based on what, maybe we could get a construction crew of volunteers out there to do this. I think we need to look at what we want out of the airport, take it to the voters and say, here's the cost. And I think that hangar revenue is actually a really important piece of that airport staying an enterprise fund and staying financially viable so that we don't have a enterprise fund that is costing us money. And we saw the landfill lose $1 million a year, and now, once we get all the capital improvements, it's going to make $700,000 a year. So I think any enterprise fund that we have has to be a value add, has to be more than just break even every year or just limp along. It needs to be something we're proud of. It needs to be something that contributes to the community. And I don't think just doing the tunnel and a few safety things accomplishes that goal. So if the goal is just to pop a tunnel in, yeah, I think that, 6.5 or whatever is probably what we should go for. But if we really want not a gem of the Rockies, but something that is similar in quality and consistency to the rest of our facilities, we should do that. The last thing I'll say is to the comments that this took everybody by surprise. In that April meeting, every one of us said something to the effect of, if we can't find funding for this tunnel, we have to, we have to go to the voters. We said that. It has to come up some way. It has to be funded. And so now this is where the rubber hits the road. We're having to ask the voters, do you support a runway? And if you do, here's the cost. And I think the cost is that continual upgrade and that revenue that has to come from other sources, and I don't know where that comes from other than the hangars, which is an extra $3 million. So I would be supportive of more of a $9 million question, because otherwise I think in 10 years we're going to have to come up with because we won't have enough money to keep this thing going.
Mr. Mayor, it's 10 after 10, and I'm really tired, and I
Okay.
don't know that I can continue. I don't understand why these meetings can't be run in a more orderly and quick fashion.
You have something to
But
say?
if you could just call the question, or whatever you're gonna do, and get it over with, that would be.
So I would make a motion to consider ballot issue alternative 3.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ingrid.
You know, but it's 10
I'm sorry.
after 10.
Yeah, I know.
Take it off.
And so, that's not how we make laws and make decisions at this late in hour. It's not appropriate.
Well, actually, no, I would disagree, because I think that at a federal level, this happens all the time. Yeah.
Well, we do have an 11 o'clock curfew cutoff, and if we want to extend past 11, we need a unanimous vote.
And I think that your thoughts have been heard, and I think it's only fair.
Quickly.
Yeah, well, usually I'm pretty concise as well. So my thoughts on this are that the pros are, if this does pass, the discussion of the airport is put to rest. I don't think it's fair for those who use it or the community to constantly have this ebb and flow of, are they going to take it away? We're going to keep it. The idea that we invest this much certainly does ensure the future of it. However, the process to get to this point, I feel like, is flawed. We have these boards and commissions for a purpose, so we can hear what their thoughts are, so that we can hear from people who are invested in whatever passion, be it rivers or transportation or airport. And we didn't hear that. In addition, I think that it's premature to make this type of decision and get it on so quickly when we haven't. And I don't want to always drag everything out, but I also want to do things well. I struggle with the idea of asking the voters for the money for the tunnel when we don't even have the majority of the other money. It's like asking somebody to buy tires before they have a car. And so, you know, I'm not comfortable with that. And I also feel like there is a lot of feedback from shareholders and stakeholders, or whatever the term is, to hear what really needs to happen out there. There are some deficiencies. There are some safety concerns. That's on us. The stewards of these buildings in this community, that's on us that they are deficient and that we haven't kept it up. So that's the discussion we should be having. And then if we want to have a separate discussion when we have the money for the other 80% of Southbridge, and then we want to have a discussion about the tunnel at that point, that seems like a more logical process for having dialogue and for putting things on about. Was that concise enough, Tony?
It was, and I
Oh,
agree
good.
with you, so
Yeah.
I feel bad.
Thank you.
I agree with everything you said.
Remember that next time, okay?
All right, I'll now make a motion to look at alternative 3 to advance airport debt question alternative 3 with an amount of, my motion is going to be for $9 million, which includes the cost of the tunnel, the safety upgrades, and then I believe the hangars of 2.4, and then there's another 600,000 somewhere.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may, the way the question's in your packet right now, it is debt limit up to 10 million, so I think that covers what you're asking for.
Yeah.
And actually, the important question is, obviously, that has to be supported by a mill levy. So you need to pick perpetual or a 20-year period.
20-year.
20-year, and then I just need to, so your motion would be to have, I think at the 4, we can still do 10 million, 9 million?
Yeah,
No?
we need to go to 5. We wouldn't have the coverage to bond that much.
Okay, so it needs to be a 5 mil.
You get to 10.
With that?
You get to 10 mil.
Yeah, to be able to cover the 10 mil.
And I would take out the bullet point of construction of a new fixed base operations facility. out of that equation, because I do think there's probably other ways we can do that. So I guess I'm going against what I just said, so.
now are you at 7.5?
Well, no, because the new hangars are 2.5, the tunnel and the other security upgrades are 6.5, so there's 9 there.
I mean, just to be clear again, this is authorization that you could spend it on that, not that you have to spend it on that.
Okay, yes. No, I don't want to take it up.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we were clear on that. So essentially, your motion is alternative 2 for a 20-year period.
I believe alternative.
Let me finish.
Sorry.
For a mill levy of 5 mills on a 20-year period, which is alternative 2, along with alternative 3, they're really not alternatives, they're adds. Alternative 3, authorizing a debt question of up to 10 million.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You want to just do 4 mills? Will you second me if I do 4 mills? No. Okay. Is there a second? All right, hearing no second, I'll entertain another motion.
What deficiencies exist out there right now? Like, we know that there's at least $1 million worth of upgrades that is pretty unanimously agreed to, that.
Yeah, I think the things that Brian has identified are creating a fuel farm that is safe, and recognizing that that's one of those revenue generators. So partnering and having somebody else pay for half of it and then not being able to, like, probably not a great approach. There's some fencing upgrades, there's some communications upgrades that need to be done. So it's kind of that package.
So it's between $1 to $2 million.
Yeah.
And that is just basic safety, updating, things that should have probably been done and you just haven't had the funds available to it.
Yeah, a little bit of both, I think. I think a different look at the airport in terms of what the expectations are for it as we brought in new airport manager and as Brian has taken over it as part of his department, absolutely.
And then what would that equate to in the form of mill?
What would, say, 1.5 to
$2 million in total revenue.
Sorry, I couldn't.
So if you wanted to generate a total of $2 million on a mill over time, if you wanted to be able to bond $2 million, half a mill?
$2 million?
Yeah. 1 mill?
Yeah, if you wanted to bond $2 million, you'd have to.
Sorry, you're asking the art major.
You're so good with law, though.
Proposing that we would not include the tunnel cost?
I'm saying that,
What would be the point of that?
well, the point of that is that I'm being told that there are some deficiencies and safety concerns exist out there that if they're not remedied, could potentially create a shutdown of the airport. So I'm saying, let's at least explore an alternative that would create a solution. And Charlie's saying no, so let's hear his thoughts.
Well, my concern, Ingrid, if you do that, say, let's put a mill levy out there for $1.5 million, whatever that would be. I'm sorry, guys, yeah, thanks.
I'll start that over. So my concern is you put a mill levy out for $1.5 million, then next year we decide we want to get the rest of the money for the tunnel. It's just like what we talked about earlier tonight. You actually convinced me that we needed to go back and take a look at this. By your comment earlier, that's why I didn't second the motion. So my view is we have to figure out how to finance this year, and maybe some creative budgeting, and we may have to loan money, we may have to increase fees, and there may be other options. But I'm not interested in putting mill levy out unless we're going to figure out what we really want to do out there. So
I'm in support of that. That's where I would be.
Question for Carl. Can we put a ballot question like this on in April?
No, because you don't have a regular municipal election. So your available elections to ask a tax question are either November 2022 or April 23.
April 23 being a regular municipal
Yeah, the regular municipal.
And I guess I would say, you know, the idea that this has not been talked about, we have talked about, there's been so much talk about this in the last year, the last 2 years, since I've been on council. I mean, this community has been talking about this, and we have taken at least 3 or 4 votes specifically on this runway, on the tunnel, on South Bridge. We've been trying to get funding. To say it's not been out there in the community is I think, really, it's not accurate. So I don't know what waiting, I mean, hey, I'm always for let's you know, make progress, and sometimes maybe I get a little ahead, but you know, I do think that we have to address this now. I think we owe it to the community. So I'll make another motion. Maybe I'll get a second, that we take it down to 8 million and 4 mills, and that's for the tunnel and the safety upgrades. So basically, you're kind of the $1.5–2 million, Ingrid, you were talking about, but the cost of the tunnel with the related debt service.
I think you were mistaken. I was asking for 2 million total.
Right, I understand. I'm talking about that 2 million in addition to the tunnel and the debt service.
Okay.
So that's where I'm getting the 8 million.
Yeah.
Is there a second for that motion? Does somebody have a motion that somebody might
second that.
Thank you.
At least we can take a vote on it. I think that
Yeah.
the struggle that I'm having with it again is the timing of it. And the fact that we're hearing from the airport board that they have not, you know, been in discussion for the plan that I remember that they have been asking for a while. And so having that be coordinated with the types of upgrades that we know the city needs to see out there. Because I do believe that we shouldn't have the airport just continue in the state that it's been in for the previous 40 years. I think it's 2021 and it's time to do some modernization up there. But I can't agree with doing that without asking the tunnel question, so.
Well, I think having this question answered and having that tunnel question answered is advancing Southbridge. It allows us to have more money dedicated to where we can go to funders and say, we're putting in 20, RAP is putting in 4, the community's putting in through a tax another 6. Because right now, what the EA says is that we're doing, as of today, what the EA says, and it will say, if the community supports it, that we have a $56 million, $54 million, $56 million project, but that includes the tunnel. So I think it is important to say we have over half of this money committed through a tax, through commitment of other tax monies, through RAFTA. So yes, federal government, yes, state government that has all these funds right now through Senate Bill 260, through the infrastructure funds. I think it's, the timing of it is critical that we do this now. And I think that Steve should talk.
I don't know if I should talk, but the thing I struggle with is I know the airport needs some improvements, safety and other improvements. I think that has to be done if the airport's going to stay open. I don't see that you're going to be able to put $2 or $3 million into these improvements, and then a year from now, we don't have funding on this tunnel.
Right.
And then where are you? Now you just threw away your $3 million because you're not going to build the tunnel and the airport's going to be shortened anyway. I think you need the answer to both of those questions. I don't think you can put $2 or $3 million into improving the airport if you don't have a determination on the tunnel.
Well, I think there are some, I agree with you, sorry.
Okay, good.
I agree with you to a point that there are certain improvements that until we have a really good, solid, long-range plan are futile and not a good use of funds. But there are some that are safety concerns and or things that regardless of the future, even if it stayed maybe heliport would still be used. And we can definitely be investing in those.
Fuel.
Yeah.
Fencing. FBO.
And here's where I step back and say, I'm not an expert in this, and there are some people who are, and also a very impassioned commission who has a lot of feedback there. Probably not the person. I can make a decision based on that feedback. I don't have that feedback.
Well, I think we have gotten that feedback, and I think that feedback has come through every time we've talked to the airport commission about, when we did the Grun and Grun study several years ago. These things aren't made up in a vacuum. I don't think Brian's out there looking around going, what else can we spend money on? Some of these things are emergency things. So I guess my question, I asked earlier today, we're talking about budget, is where's this $1 million that we need to make immediate upgrades to the airport for safety? Where's that coming from now? Like right now? I think that's the urgency of the timing. If we don't have $1 million in 2022's budget for this, and if we're going to ask for $1 or $2 million to address those things now, I'm of the opinion we just have to do the whole thing and ask the community for, what do you want to do with the airport? Not have two questions over 2 years, and we can't wait till next November to ask the question to fund the immediate repairs. So I'm still looking for a motion. Oh.
4 and 8. You're looking for 4 mills, 20 years.
I'm looking for a third. I'm looking for someone to go, yeah, that's about right, or no, Jonathan, can we, this feels a little bit better, or is there anybody that does that? Because I don't get any kind of feedback. I'm not even I will call the question, but I know.
There's a motion on it.
All right, Brian, let's call the question.
Can we just sort of, Carl, would you say what this is?
Yeah, sure. It is, to put it on the ballot at 4 mills for 20 years with a maximum debt of $8 million with a repayment cost of, I don't know off the top of my head, but I can fill that in tomorrow.
All right, Counselor Cow.
Calling on me first.
Call me first.
Counselor Hershey.
No.
Counselor Cow.
Well played.
Counselor Russo.
Go to the next.
I'm gonna,
Counselor Cow.
yeah.
Mayor Gobis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wellman.
No.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Stepp.
Passes.
Passes 4-3.
By airport.
I have to get up in the morning.
Bill.
Okay, guys. All right.
I think so.
Do we want to talk about a charter question as well?
Yeah, it's up to you.
I want to talk about the question over Virginia.
Yeah, so, let me get back to it. You should have received a couple of things. You should have received from Garfield and Hecht some proposed language in your email that I didn't get into your packet, but I assumed you had it in your email because you were all copied on it. And then I had just, based on kind of what I was hearing, it was at the end of the work session, and so I had to sort of hope that I got some things right. Drafted a few different variations on the theme of keeping the airport open, putting it to a vote, like we do. I mean, I will say legally we'd have to put it to a vote to sell it anyway because it's obviously been used for public purpose, but that just clarifies it. And then I give you like 3 different ways that you might ask that question along with the one from Garfield and Hecht. So happy to answer any questions. Like I said,
Which one is are the 3 in addition to the one sent in?
Yeah, so the 3, if you look at the resolution, there are, so in terms of changing the charter, the first clause of section 13.2 would include city, neither lands owned and used by the city for park, airport would be a new word added, or governmental purposes. The rest of that clause remains the same. And then I give you some additional second clauses from a fairly aggressive, like, if the money's not there to pay for the tunnel and upgrades out of the enterprise, that the obligation to keep it open would be over, to alternative 2, the council shall not close the airport to helicopters for firefighting and medical use without the affirmative vote of a majority of the qualified electors of the city, except for temporary closures for emergencies or construction. That alternative has no reference to a tunnel, the enterprise, or anything else. It just makes it really clear that you guys are keeping it open for those purposes and would not close it for those purposes except with a vote. And alternative 3 is a little bit of a hybrid. And then if you check your email, the proposal from Garfield and Hecht would essentially operate the airport as an enterprise, but the tunnel is not theirs, not the enterprise's responsibility, essentially. So I think that was, hopefully that was a decent summary. It's 10:30 for me too.
Okay. I guess in general, is there, well, do we want to do the kind of the same form as take public comment and then bring it back? Because this is, sure. Is everybody okay with taking public comment first? The only person I have signed up for public comment officially is Mr. Shute, but I would imagine a few other people would like to talk about this. But, okay, well, that's fine. That's fine. You know, it's a small enough group. But please keep your comments confined to this specific issue.
Joel Shute again, 111 2nd Street again. I'm on the airport board. You know, we put this ballot initiative up and got a bunch of signatures, over 1,000. 800 of them were turned down for some reason. I'm not putting blame out there, but that's a lot. The citizens of Glenwood, who are voters, want this initiative to be on the ballot. And we did it in a really good way. We went back and corrected signatures. I haven't seen any of these alternatives, but I feel like it would be disingenuous to change the ballot initiative after we've already had people read the ballot initiative, sign off on it again, and now we're putting it up to a vote for you guys. So, you know, having changes to it just seems maybe not unethical, but dishonest towards the citizens of Glenwood. And I think it should stand as it was written initially and how it was written and signed off on by the citizens. Thank you all for my time to be here.
Thanks, Joel. Mr. Rippey.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Greg Rippey, 213 Creekside Court. I would encourage you to take a look at the Garfield and Hecht. There's a couple issues I have on all three of the alternates that were proposed by city attorney. And one of them is, nothing in this section shall prohibit the city council from permanently closing the airport for safety reasons. That is way too broad. I mean, if anybody can come up and you know, I don't know what you would call that. Mr. Willman, you know that you can't put things that are that broad into a contract, much less the city charter, because that defeats the entire premise of this, of the people allowing to say we should keep the airport there. And what it says, when you say for safety reasons that are undefined, indefensible, it just gives the council, whenever it is, that same powers that we're trying to instill in the electors. It's interesting on, you know, you say, how does this conversation get to this point? How did we get here? I think it got here because you just displayed it in that last vote of saying it's either we're going to tax you or you're going to have an airport. As Mr. Shute pointed out, there are well over 1,000 people that with that language said, yes, we think we ought to be able to have a voice in that. And in fact, when we went back and got more, those signatures and whether they passed city clerks or not, those are voters out there. We have almost as many signatures as the total ballot cast in the last city election. It was 1,875 total votes cast, and we have almost that many signatures. So we're not talking about the petition piece here. What would make it really easy is if council can come to language that they're comfortable with, that's in there, and you have the letter from Garfield and Heck that points out what that language is. Took out the and/or, made sure that only, and there was concern about whether the other language prioritized spending there. We're fine. Take this language and say it doesn't get prioritized and can only be spent out of the enterprise fund. So this is your opportunity to say, we didn't like the language that the petitioners had signed. It's a small tweak and allows it to go forward. And I hope you want to hear the voice of the electors.
Any other public comment? I said any other public comment?
Anybody on Zoom?
You know, my I don't know. Sorry, my phone died, my thing died. That's why I'm on my phone. See none, I will close public comment now and bring it back for a motion or further discussion.
Question?
Yeah, or questions.
Carl, in alternate 3, which is what I'm looking at, Greg pointed out it has for safety reasons. Can you explain?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it wasn't anything, trying to be disingenuous on my part. I just was trying to envision, you know, if we ran into a situation, whatever that is, you know, sinkhole in the runway. I mean, that was really what I was thinking of. It was just, is there that situation where you are obligated?
It says permanently closed.
Do I need to argue? I'm tired.
I don't want to argue.
So.
Hey, we're all kind of tired. Let's just get through this.
So anyway, that was.
Oh, you can stop. I think I got the answer.
Yeah, no, that was right. Like, is there something, and is it so expensive that we can't? Like, is it whatever?
Here's my proposal. Is alternate number 3, except it says in the first sentence it says the city council shall not close the airport without a affirmative vote of majority qualified electors, except for temporary closures for emergencies, safety or construction. And then the rest of that would be the same. And then when you get to the bottom, we take out from permanently close the airport, let's see. The last sentence, nothing in this section shall prohibit the city council from keeping the airport open to helicopters for firefighting and medical use, nor require the city to expend any revenues.
Sorry, Chair, let me get to this again.
So in that last sentence, nothing shall prohibit the city council from keeping the airport open to helicopters for firefighting and medical use, nor require the city to expend revenue. So take out that safety part of it.
Okay, yeah,
Put it as a temporary closure for safety, because I can see.
Okay, gotcha, all right.
Temporary closure for safety, and I agree with what you're saying, Greg, that it's too broad for permanent closure.
No.
Can I get clear on it?
Yeah, here, I'm working on it so that I got.
You need 20 minutes, Shelley, and we
We don't need 20 minutes, but
then we
we're
won't
working,
even have to put anything on the ballot because we'll be too late, because the meeting has to
Tony,
end at 11.
let's move.
No,
we're working
I'm
on
allowed to
important
talk,
issues.
Shelley.
We're doing the people's work right now.
Yes, we are.
if you could create an agenda that is appropriately
Tony,
in length.
It-
My
This
only
is the
quote that I
people's
ever
work.
regret, no, it isn't.
If
This
you would
is
like-
your work to
if-
kill the airport.
If you
We're
need to
wasting
go to
time.
bed now,
Yeah, I'm
you
wasting
can,
time on
but we're
purpose.
gonna
I'm gonna
continue to go on until.
Then adjourn the meeting.
Shelley?
Okay, so, all right, sorry.
And to attempt to keep the airport operating in a safe manner, so.
So,
On 3, Shelley?
Waiting for Carl.
okay, so in alternative 3, line 3, after the word emergencies, comma, insert safety. Then if you, up from the bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4 lines, the line that begins with airport open to helicopters for firefighting and medical use, nor, and then strike everything up to require on the line below that, nor require the city to expend any revenues except those generated by the airport for its maintenance, operation, or capital improvements.
Can I ask a question on this real quick?
Yeah.
So what happens if, just in a hypothetical, that the voters vote against funding the tunnel, but this passes? Where does
You
that
still keep the, well, I mean, they're two independent things. So the clause stands in the charter, that you would maintain it in its general configuration as of January 1st, 2021.
So the voters will have said, no, we don't want to fund the tunnel, but we'll have to do this if we get funding for Southbridge, but.
Yeah, I mean, it does,
It's kind of contradictory to what we just said of, if we want Southbridge and we want to have the tunnel funded, but it doesn't get funded, but then we're saying the charter.
well, I mean, I think what you would have to do at that point is you'd have to take a hard look at what airport revenues you could generate to build the tunnel. That could be a significant increase in user fees. That could be, that's the primary one you have. That could be raising fuel sale prices, to do an interfund loan to try to generate the kind of ongoing revenue that you would need, to pull that money out of another fund. Those would be the things that I would likely recommend. I mean, over time, I want to say in the early 2000s, we kind of did that with the current fuel pedestal. There was a payback, there was money, city council authorized money for the fuel pedestal that we're trying to replace now, but back then, and it was paid back over time. I mean, those would be your revenue streams that you could work with.
So my understanding of an enterprise fund is that they typically pay for things with the fees that they bring in.
Right. Yeah.
How does this language jive with if we put a mill levy on to fund?
Well, I mean, it's a dedicated revenue stream. So, I mean, I had tried to use, operate solely, and I would classify that, the reason I added the and other airport revenue is I would view that as other airport revenue that could be used for those. Like that was my goal in trying to, because there's also other, we list grants, but I just wanted to make sure that there's a lot of ways an airport can generate funds. Yeah.
With that tax revenue.
Tax revenue coming into the enterprise, yeah.
I guess my concern with that motion is that as of the current configuration, January 1st, 2021, that locks us into the runway. But if we're just back at square one, because if the property tax fails, then we're now just sitting here. Now we have the charter amendment that requires us to fund this and to maintain it at whatever it was January 1st, 2021. So by law, we have to do it. But now we don't have any money potentially for the tunnel. So I think
We wouldn't be able to build Southbridge. If that's the voters choose to do, it'll have money to build Southbridge.
No, I'm sorry, what?
We won't be able to build, his point is you won't be able to build Southbridge at that point if that last $6 million is.
Detriment to the progress of Southbridge, and I think that.
So then we go back with the mill levy and, and try to get it passed again to pay for this.
Well, if we get a federal grant to do this, we need to move quickly, get this out to bid without. I don't want to go back to the people. I mean, I guess I don't understand why we're changing the charter. Do we change the charter for the landfill, for electric billing? Why are we doing a charter amendment that, in my mind, like, alternative two just clarifies, like, if the voters say no to the tunnel, the runway probably goes away when Southbridge comes, right? So if that happens, then at least we need to tell the constituents that we will maintain the helicopter operation. I'm not in favor of any of these things, because I think changing a charter of a town, of a city, to accommodate policy decisions is just bad governance.
Okay.
Is that really our decision to make though? I mean, didn't they get the number of?
Well, we're working through, and it's going to be a few days. It's a lot of signatures to go back through. I can't tell you today definitively. If it's sufficient, it will need to be a special election, because obviously our deadline to get on the November election was tomorrow.
Well, they did the work. I mean, why are we preempting the work? If they're confident in the signatures they submitted, then let's let the signatures play out. If they're validated, and it goes on. We don't.
We don't need to confuse the voters with.
There's a motion on the table, we need a second or not?
Is there a second?
I think I seconded it with change.
Okay, further discussion?
I thought that we were having for further discussion.
No, I just, there was no second, I want to make sure.
Oh, no, she did. She had.
No, I know, but that's why, I didn't care if we had more discussion, I just want to make sure we do.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So if this discussion continues past 11, we can't get this on the ballot?
No, you can finish the item that is underway, you can't take up a new one. So, you can't filibuster, but, no, I just, it was just kind of made me think of the Senate, though.
Okay. Ryan, still a question.
You are.
I am.
Mayor Pro Tem Wellman.
No.
Councilor Russo.
Yes.
Mayor Godus.
No.
Councilor Stett.
Yes.
Councilor Cal.
I have to say no at this point.
Councilor Hershey.
No.
Councilor Davis.
No.
It fails 5-2.
I'll make a motion that we do not consider a charter amendment at this time.
I don't think we need that motion.
I'll second.
Yeah, I don't think you need the
I don't think we need the motion, somebody's gonna make another motion for another charter amendment. It's the reason I vote against it, you convinced me that we don't need one, so.
I never convince you.
Okay, I have one request though, because I need to, actually, you know what, it's not that, because with the mill levy, it's not nearly as big of a deal. We don't actually have to get to ordinance 12, we can do it at the next meeting.
Okay, is there anything else on the agenda that we cannot continue to
Yes.
this meeting?
Deborah.
I would really like Councilor Chalk that for the commission side.
Oh, okay.
I would also,
I'm gonna talk about it.
I would request that we move that to a work session.
No, the problem is, if we don't do this, it's not gonna stop. And I really like Rob Gravel, and he's a nice guy and a good
Gabriel.
attorney. Did I say his name wrong?
You did.
I guess I don't like him that much. I really like Rob, and he's a good attorney, but I'm just concerned, and I got an email from him in the text today about this investigation. I think he thinks he's on some sort of independent White House committee, like with Watergate, that he can investigate the city manager and us. We're the city council, we set policy, he's an advisory board, someone needs to tell him that.
That's true. But we do not,
Well, I'll
we
make a
do not
mo-
need to change all of our
Oh, I agree
board
with you.
in response to that. I feel like Ingrid is the liaison, I'm the alternate liaison. We feel like we can handle that,
Motion.
we can handle that board, and
I would like to make a motion that Ingrid, as the representative, clearly impart upon that board that they are an advisory board, and they don't have any investigatory powers, any financial powers.
Change the code.
I'm not asking you to change the code, I'm asking her to direct them what to do, because they work at our pleasure. If they don't agree, then they can all be.
But the code, I'm sorry, Tony, but the code actually says they have investigative powers.
I know, but
She can't tell them something that's wrong.
But investigative doesn't mean, there, again, I try to think of like a Senate subcommittee that gets to like investigate the White House.
Can I, if I may,
Deborah has a question.
yes, Ms.
I tell you,
Eva.
if we push this off, I will not staff that committee until you guys have the discussion.
I am,
They can meet, but staff will not be there.
I'm okay with that.
So here's my question then. When is the next transportation commission meeting?
Thank you, Greg. I'll be around.
I think that's a little unknown at the moment.
Okay, and we do have the 7th, we meet for,
You're not gonna have any time to do anything.
we can't do,
No.
we can't do a work session on the 7th for our meeting?
I mean, it's up to you guys, but
I'll make a motion that we accept the changes as proposed, with the exception of that boards and commissions report to council and staff. And
yeah, well, and it doesn't say report to, it says advise, and let me give you the reason why I use that language is the three most functional boards we have are Parks and Rec, not counting Planning Commission. Yeah, Planning Commission is really good, but it has a whole different set of statutory, but Parks and Rec, stop. Parks and Rec, River Commission, and Housing. And all three of those start with so-and-so advises either the Parks Director or the City Manager, because there's not like a Rivers Director, or on matters relating to Parks and Recreation that come before them and that they meet with council. And so I took the three most functional boards, and I actually had a meeting with most of those board chairs, because I sat down with Mr. Gabriel. with Sumner as the chair of the Housing Commission, which has a similar set of language, and Marco off the Planning Commission, and Christian was there, and we had this discussion around this issue, and I will tell you Sumner's position was, we shouldn't have any duties except duties as assigned, and don't tell me I need to show up to a meeting unless you as city council have something for me to do, right? And so that's where the genesis of the language that I proposed, it actually exists in the code today in other boards and commissions. We have some that have these, like, clearly some attorney, thankfully not me, drafted this language about investigate, da-da-da-da-da, and it's, I will also tell you that the way that Mr. Gavrell wants to use this is in violation of the charter, which says that the relationship between staff and city council runs through the city manager, and they are an extension of you, and so this sort of end around is actually a violation of the charter. And so it's never come up that way before. I've never had a board chair interpret it that way. But at that meeting, Mr. Gavrell said, I have both the power and the duty to investigate staff, which is the genesis of where we got here. And when I said that's not the way it's ever been used, and the response was, until you change the language in the code and tell me I can't do that, I can do that.
Great, but I think that that's an
Hold
indication.
on, sorry. Paula had her hand up.
Is there no public comment on this one?
There's not.
No.
Go ahead, Paul.
Jonathan.
So here's, I knew there was a problem with the Transportation Commission, but
I feel, once again, something has been put in front of me at the last minute without any discussion, and that's why I proposed a work session, so we could actually understand this, not at 10 till 11 at night, and know what we're talking about. And it's not that I don't value what you're saying, or I don't value the changes. I just want to be able to discuss it adequately without voting yay or nay on an issue.
Yeah, no, and I
don't fully understand yet.
yeah, I mean, I was just angry. Charlie actually started trying to deal with it a year ago, I think.
Carl, is it your understanding that they're trying to usurp the powers of this elected board?
Oh, hold on.
Can I ask a question?
No, continue. I have the talking stick. It's my turn. One, I'd like to second your motion so that we can have this discussion that we're having right now. So I actually am very comfortable with the way that Carl drafted the language. I also believe that dialogue is really important. If there is a work session, it should only be the 7 of us. These boards and commissions should work at the leisure of us, correct? Isn't that how it reads?
I serve at your pleasure.
Or the pleasure, thank you. Leisure, pleasure, it's just so relaxing, all of it. So ultimately, the way I'm seeing they work for us and at our direction. So you don't need to go to another meeting because we can very clearly tell them that there won't be a meeting until after we've had our work session where we determine the new language for the boards and commissions.
and I would rather that.
So I'm confused. I thought your motion was to go ahead and pass this.
It is to go ahead and pass that with the addition of
Advise staff and council, that's the only addition I would have, but then accept everything else.
5.
yes, everything else is struck.
Mr. Mayor, this is in fact a public hearing.
Is it?
It's an ordinance, yeah.
Can I ask,
Yes. Well, hold on, we're selecting, we'll have questions first. You have a question?
I have a question for Carl. Carl, as I understand it, the statement that Mr. Gavrell made is, I will investigate, I told my council not to do it?
Well, until you change the code.
So if I make a motion, if this fails, I make a motion that the Transportation Commission is not allowed to investigate anything unless we specifically authorize the investigation. He thinks he can go ahead with it?
I think his interpretation would be that he feels he has both the power and the duty under the code currently to conduct such investigations as he feels is appropriate related to transportation in the city of Glenwood Springs.
Can I have a question before you talk?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Can we make a motion if we wanted to remove Rob from the commission?
You have to do that with a public hearing, but yes.
And my second question was, do you feel that he's trying to usurp the authority of this council?
No, I wouldn't ever try to fill in for what Mr. Gavrell is trying to do. I just think that he takes the code very literally. He takes it as something that he can use very much. I mean, the three of us are attorneys. We know how we, when given a tool. And so the other comment he made, in fairness to Mr. Gabriel, was he said, you know, if this isn't what council wants, they need to change the code to tell me what they do want. And hence was, so from my standpoint, we've talked about boards and commissions for a while. I had this meeting. We got to kind of a point where we needed to get something on, and I wish it would have come up at 8 o'clock instead of 11 o'clock. And you guys can do with it what you want, but I felt like I needed to advance that, some kind of language, and get it in a packet, because it had been something that, frankly, some of the board chairs, that small group, they recognized that some changes needed to be made.
And I appreciate that. I appreciate the simplification of it. It's great. What I want to be able to discuss with council is that it changes the wording in my mind to make everything answerable to the city manager versus, and I thought the whole purpose of boards and commissions was to advise city council on policy in specific areas.
Right, and that's where, and I will tell you that I just pulled that language from what it says at the beginning of Parks and Rec and River Commission. That paragraph
I didn't see that in River, yeah.
Yeah, I think it says advises, one of them says advise the Parks and Rec director, one says advise the city manager. And so I just, where we didn't have a department head that it was associated with it, that's literally, no ownership in that. I was just like, these are the ones that work. So,
So based on my motion, which I made that motion because I had a conversation with Mr. Gabriel today, and he said, do all of that. If you can just do exactly what my motion was, have us be able to advise staff and council, I would be incredibly happy. I'm just looking for clarity. I don't believe, and not to put intention, that he is out there looking and alleging malfeasance or that he wants to do it. I think he just wants clarity, as we all do. But I think lawyers get really weird sometimes.
Well, I may disagree with you on that, not about lawyers, I agree with you on that. I disagree with you that I think Rob has an agenda, and he doesn't even live in the city, but he has an agenda, and he's gonna get it.
Okay, public comment. Joel, do you have a public comment about Rob Gabriel?
I'm Joel Schuett, one second. We know where you live. I don't know Rob Gabriel, and I don't know what's going on with your guys' drama with him. I don't really care, but I feel like you guys are using this as an excuse to kind of strip responsibilities from these advisory committees that you are supposed to rely on as advisors in certain matters that you may not understand. Maybe case in point, the airport commission, where you've ignored a lot of things that we've said in reports. I'm not going to get into that because it's a different issue, but I just want to caution you with, I'm not, maybe one bad apple, maybe he does have an agenda. Maybe you should deal with him as an individual instead of stripping all of these commissions of language that maybe makes them better at what they do. All these people are volunteers. We put a lot of effort into this. I show up to way more meetings than I want to, trust me. And I feel like oftentimes we aren't heard. Oftentimes we do good stuff. Riverfest was a great thing. But for policy stuff, I'll wrap up. I don't know this guy. I'm sure it is an issue, but not taking power away from everybody else isn't the solution. So, there we go. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Joel.
Thank you.
All right, there's a motion on the table. Do we have more discussion on the motion? All right, Ryan, can you call, sorry. Okay.
I want to say that this dialogue, please don't let it, make you think that we don't appreciate our boards and commissions. They bring a lot of value, a lot of diversity and voice and knowledge. In this instance, I actually think that there's been a dialogue all along about tidying up our boards and commissions. So the impetus, maybe we could say that there was part of this with this dialogue, but we've been talking about this for some time. And like Carl mentioned, the language of this is coming from some that really works well. So I want to add that, and we can move on, and I can vote.
Amen. Alyssa, you pointed and said two?
There are two hands up on Zoom for public comment if you wanted to.
Okay. I don't, my computer died, I'm sorry.
The first one is Steve Smith.
Mr. Smith?
He will need to unmute himself.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. During my 30 years living here, I have been consistently impressed with the city of Glenwood Springs' frequent reliance on citizen advisory groups in crafting and guiding policy and projects, both immediate and longer term. The city council and city staff diligently embrace their important task of reading local attitudes and building on citizen ideas and creativity. I have long seen advisory commissions, committees, and working groups as a first tier in assisting with that community outreach and engagement, and as sources for diverse, creative, new ideas. The city's Transportation Commission, to which you appointed me a year and a half ago, has long served as part of that tier of assistance on mobility policies, capital projects, prioritization, and review and refinement of individual projects. I've enjoyed the opportunity to be a part of that work and to try to help mediate differences in ideas and communication styles. The changes proposed here for duties of the Transportation Commission are pretty drastic, essentially eliminating any opportunities for the commission to initiate research projects, to recommend new programs, or to review and advise on project details. The language even explicitly removes the commission role in helping craft the annual ranking of transportation capital projects. Most notably, it appears to eliminate the duty of the commission in reporting to or advising the city council. I also fear that this language will eliminate the unique opportunity to complement, positively enhance, and support the expertise of professional staff with insights and experience-based ideas from commission members. Better, I suggest, to retain the commission's role as an advisory body to city council, to encourage the commission to undertake constructive transportation research, and to more clearly describe practical procedures and timeliness for the commission's interaction with transportation professional staff. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Who else we have?
Sean Shaman.
Go ahead, Sean.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Go.
Okay. Well, I know it's late. You guys are all wanting to go home, so I'll make this quick. But I look at this as an issue that really we should keep the boards and commissions in place. 4 out of the 7 of you tonight have spoken to the fact that commissions work well. And I'll name them: Charlie, Shelley, Paula, and Mr. Mayor Jonathan Goetz. You can go back through the minutes and watch, but at some point I made notes that you all spoke in consideration of having a commission. I think you need to keep the people of the city working for you. I think it's a slap in the face to the people that have worked for you for years and giving you some advice on what their duties were. So I hope you reconsider it. I think it's a little power grab by Deb Figueroa, and I believe you need to keep the commissions in place. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think it's appropriate to allow public comment that attack members of this council or members of staff.
What can I can't stop him after he says, I can't pull the boards back in.
Well,
Sir, please apologize.
Can I have point of order?
Yes.
Along that same point of order, I think it's inappropriate for a city council member to attack one of our board members personally. We should be talking about process and how the boards work and not individual members. So I'd like to keep the conversation to that level.
Oh, I didn't do that, so you don't know what you're talking about for a change.
If I may, what I was going to say is that one of the goals, and when I redrafted this, was thinking my way through how important it has been to this council and the last one to meet with its boards and commissions annually and set a set of goals for what that board or commission is going to be doing. And that's really the genesis of removing a lot of that language, was to allow you all to set the goals and the work that you needed to be advised on an annual basis with these guys. So that was just in response to Steve Smith, because he raises some good points, but I don't know if that's what you actually need out of the Transportation Commission versus what the Transportation Commission wants. You know what I'm saying? Like, it needs to be something that you want. But with that, you're on your last item, so.
Just real quickly, I still have to vote no on this. I do think that I rely on these commissions. Their expertise in each of these different fields is much bigger than mine, and even as far as, you know, what's coming up next and what needs to be done, I'm going to rely on them coming to me and telling me these are things that we're working on, and then what do you as a council want us to continue with our ideas. I do feel like this is a work session discussion and not, we don't first cut them off at the knees and then come back and say, okay, what are we going to give you back? I think we first sit down and talk about it, really look at that language and make a decision then to bring back to council to vote on something. I'm sorry if you have to not be at the next meeting, and if that's the way we go, or you just cancel that meeting, that's the way we go with transportation. But I think we are moving too quickly on something that needs to be discussed as a council.
I believe we have a motion.
I just, real quickly, I know it's late. I agree with Paula. I think, and I agree with Deborah. I don't want Deborah to go to a meeting that, or send staff to me that she's not comfortable. That's her call as a city manager. It's really not gonna, if you decide not to staff that meeting, if there is a meeting between now and then we vote on it, I have no problem with that. Because I don't, that's your job, and I'm not gonna impact your job by something that may be going on one of our boards and commissions. So I don't agree this is the way. I think it's a work session issue. Passing this tonight, I'm going to vote against for that reason, but I fully support you in not doing this.
Just real quick, Shelley, I didn't attack any board member. Are you saying I said something bad about Rob? That's not correct. But I'm not done, Jonathan.
We have a motion on the floor.
Right, so as to the, I'm trying to. So I agree with Ingrid.
All right, we have a motion to, I'll just recap real quick. We have a motion right now to accept the changes that were proposed by council with the addition of boards will advise staff and city council. Ryan, let's call the question.
All right. Mayor Gervis.
Yes.
Councilor Cal.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilman.
No.
Councilor Russo.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Stepp.
No.
Councilor Hershey.
And after 11.
You can abstain.
Yes.
All right, it passes 4-3.
All right, can we have to take up the street sweeping and leaf thing?
No, you can't, because it's after 11.
I bet we have another 4-3 vote in us tonight.
No, you don't. I was going to say, you needed to make that motion before 11, so.
Meeting adjourned. Sorry if you had something to tell us tonight.
Can I get an adjournment and a?
Like, did you actually have?
Second.
By our code, it says-
Do we do that? Do we need to do that? Okay.
I've never done this.
Oh.
I've never